Good morning, dear everyone. We cordially welcome all of you to attend the Iiccc 2021 conference in the difficult environment of corona pandemic. First of all, I greatly appreciate to Mayor Iiccc of Jecheon, who responded to the congratulatory address despite his busy schedule. In addition, I would like to express my gratitude to the President of the Society of Convergence Knowledge, Professor Shin Hyun-jung, for attending the annual event together, and also Professor Kim Ki-hwan, Dean of Semyeong University's College of Engineering, who is the chairperson of the organizing committee for this conference, for their welcoming remarks. As the corona pandemic became more serious, this conference was inevitably held online only. The coronavirus is calling for new changes and order in the global village. The online announcement is held by uploading recorded data and sharing real-time data with YouTube. Iiccc 2021 is focused on fields of convergence, culture technology, knowledge and artificial intelligence, and 90 research papers were presented. Also exhibited 10 invited artworks. Lastly, we would like to acknowledge the great effort of all the chairpersons and members of the International Committee. Also, thanks to all authors and all attendees for their contributions and participation. We sincerely hope that you have a healthy and happy time while staying safe from the coronavirus. We look forward to seeing you at the next conference, and thank you again very much.
Hello, President of the Society of Convergence Knowledge, Professor Shin of Sinan University. So, the Society Convergence of Knowledge will jointly hold this year international conference. I would like to extend my congratulations to Chairman Kang Jung-jin. At the time, the Society Convergence Knowledge is held on academic conference from various field paper. I hope that this international conference will be useful forum for academic discussion members of society. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ki-hwan Kim from Semyeong University in Korea. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who participated in the Iiccc PND 2021 and Iiccc 2021 despite the difficult times. We have reached an unprecedented corona pandemic situation. Even in this situation, I think that it is possible to hold on online conferences with the help of the achievements in the field you are reaching. Although it is not possible to exchange many academic opinions face-to-face due to the coronavirus, but I hope that there will be active friendships and academic exchanges even online. We hope you enjoy these online conferences. After the corona crisis is over, I hope to see you again in the beautiful city, Jecheon, Korea. Thank you.
안녕하세요. 제천시장 이상철입니다. Iiccc 2021 국제학술대회 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 영광스러운 행사가 한국의 짤즈부룩 자연치유도시 제천에서 개최되었으면 좋았지만 코로나19 상황으로 인해서 온라인으로 인사를 드리게 되어 정말 유감스럽게 생각합니다. 하지만 어려운 환경에서도 이렇게 뜻깊은 자리를 마련해 주신 강정진 국제문화기술진흥원장님과 Iiccc 신현정 회장님, 그리고 세명대학교 김기한 학장님과 모든 학술회원 여러분께 격려의 말씀을 드립니다. 현재 우리나라 핵심 산업인 문화와 기술 분야가 인문, 사회, 과학 등 인접 분야와 융합하여 새로운 정책 방향과 기술을 구축하고 사회 변화와 발전을 주도하고 있습니다. 오늘 참석하신 학술인 분들의 바이오, 헬스, 환경, 교육 분야에 대한 다양한 연구 성과가 다가오는 4차 산업혁명 시대를 지혜롭게 맞이할 수 있는 값진 결과물이 될 것이라 생각합니다. 존경하는 학술회원 여러분, 청풍호의 시원한 바람과 천혜의 자연을 품고 있는 자연치유도시 제천에서 여러분과 함께 호흡하고 마주하지 못해 아쉬운 마음은 많지만 학술인 분들의 소중한 연구 성과와 다양한 고견을 자유롭게 나누시고 가치 있는 시간을 보내시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 오늘 Iiccc 2021 국제학술대회 개최를 진심으로 축하드리고 제천에서 여러분을 다시 한번 만나 뵙게 되기를 고대합니다. 여러분 건강하시고 행복하십시오. 감사합니다.
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Iiccc, Professor of Jeonghwa Art College and Director of International Invitational Exhibition of Iiccc 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, new changes and systems are requested in the global level due to the pandemic of COVID-19. To practice distancing in daily life, we hold the International Invitational Exhibition 2021 as O2O Iiccc 2021. 10 members of our Iiccc Society submitted their works that cover a variety of genres such as crafts, architectures, paintings, and design. Especially in this exhibition, we present interactive media art which shows convergence of technology and art. members of the Iiccc Society, we are deeply sorry to share this great works of members through the online. In the next exhibition, we expect more members to join in and enjoy the progress together. We all wish you good luck. Thank you.
Presentation. Hello everyone who attended the Iiccc 2021 International Conference. I would like to thank all of you who are attending online international conference. From now on, it will start the international conference post paper. As you know, the advantage of international conference is to exchange academic algorithm and ideas with other scholars and to collaborate. There are 51 poster papers. Paper 1-2, paper 51, speakers and paper titles are as follows. Paper 1-2, paper 10, speaker and paper titles are as follows. From here to there. As you know, there are paper title, also name, affiliation. Paper 11-2, paper 20, speaker and paper titles. From paper 11, 15, 20. Paper 21 to paper 30, speaker and paper titles are as follows. Paper 21, 25, 30. Paper 31 to paper 40, speaker and paper titles are as follows. From here to there. Finally, paper 41 to paper 51, last paper, speaker and titles are as follows. From here to there. Thank you. See you next conference. Have a good day. Bye bye.
자, 사상체질 특허 분석 중입니다. 오케이. 자, 사상체질 특허 분석 중입니다. 오케이. 자,
Hello everyone, you are going to start the 7th International Integrated Conference and Consult on Convergence. I am Professor Jong-wook Jang from Dongin University. If you look at presentation list for a moment, there are 34 papers in total. First of all, thank you to the presenters who participated in the presentation. Please understand that this session will be conducted online due to COVID-19. Okay, let's start with the first presentation of the paper titled The Influence of Machine Translators on Improving Korean Learners' English Writing Skills. Okay, I hope you listen to it until the end and help each of us with our research. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Iiccc at Chongshin University in Seoul, Korea. It's a great honor to present my research paper here. The topic of my presentation is the influence of machine translators on improving Korean learners' English writing skills. This is the overview of my presentation. Introduction. With the development of big data and artificial intelligence, some scholars say it is an overnight improvement. The accuracy of online dictionaries and web-based machine translators is developing very rapidly. It has become an unavoidable reality for learners to use these online dictionaries and machine translators in a second or foreign language learning, including English. So, with the development of these technologies and changes in the classroom environment, research on machine translators is receiving a lot of attention and interest from many researchers. The themes of previous studies can mainly be divided into the accuracy of machine translators, learners' perceptions and attitudes toward using machine translators, and ways to use machine translators for teaching and learning, and educational effects when machine translators are applied to teaching and learning methods. However, these studies were mainly conducted abroad rather than domestically. In Korea, studies on learners' perceptions of machine translators after using machine translators in liberal arts and English reading or writing classes and their educational effects have been conducted in the short term, not long or mid-term. There are many studies that the use of a machine translator can help temporarily find unknown vocabulary and compose or interpret unknown phrases. But when using it in the mid to long term, there are not many studies on the effects or influences of machine translators on learners improving Korean learners' writing skills. The machine translator will have a positive effect on learners in the short term on teaching and learning a second language, and may be a positive help in learning to read and write English. However, due to this, learners' over-reliance and overuse may also lead to side effects. That means negative effects in the long term, according to Duker and Schakets in 2018. So, applying the machine translator to teaching and learning should be cautious, and a lot of research should be done. Whether it should be cautious or it is really very helpful. Therefore, in my study, after applying the machine translator to learning writing in English class, the effects or influence of machine translator on Korean learners' writing skills in the mid to long term is investigated. Let's move on to research methods. This slide shows participants' demographic information. This is the preliminary research. It is conducted spring semester in 2021, this year. An online survey was conducted with 5 Likert scale, and 35 Korean college learners participated. The 20 were female and 15 students were male, and mostly 28 students were junior students. Their GPA was ranged from mostly from 2.5 to 4.0. Their proficiency levels in reading, their proficiency level is above average, but 44.3% of the students' proficiency level was slightly below average and above average. And they preferred using Papago rather than Google. And they have experiences of using machine translator, but mostly 60% of the participants said they had done experience of using Papago rather than Google. The research methods. Online survey and focus group interview have been conducted. The questions were composed of 5 different parts. The first part was participants' perception, especially positive aspects of machine translator after they used machine translator. And the second part was participants' expectations after using machine translators. The third part is participants' perceived effects of machine translator on improving writing skills. The fourth part is negative aspects of machine translator, especially in terms of lexical levels and grammar and sentential level. The last part was positive aspects of machine translator, especially lexical level, grammar, syntactic level, sentential level, and discourse level. Let's move on to the result. The first result, participants' perception on machine translator, especially positive aspects. They said, especially lexical diversity and grammatical accuracy in terms of syntax, sentence structure, and authentic expressions and diverse expressions, they thought they positively perceive is quite good. So the mean score was above range from 3.3 to 3.6. This graph shows vocabulary diversity. In terms of vocabulary diversity, the machine translator is quite good. In terms of grammar accuracy, it is good, and syntactic aspect as well, and authentic expression and diverse expressions. The machine translator is quite good. Let's move on to the second result, participants' expectation. After using machine translator, participants expected that their writing competence in grammatical knowledge and competence, vocabulary competence, and authentic diverse expression competence might be better. So the mean score is a little bit above 3.2 to 3.56. However, in terms of reading competence, the participants, they didn't expect their reading competence positively improve after using the machine translator, because the mean score is only 2.8. This slide shows writing skills, expectations for reading skills, and grammar knowledge and lexical diversity and diverse expression. Let's move on to the third part. Participants' perceived effects of machine translator on improving their writing skills. They thought, interestingly, they did not prefer using machine translator rather than writing on their own. So they were reluctant to use machine translator. They prefer using machine translator for reviewing
and checking grammar or vocabulary errors and pedagogical purposes. So the mean score was 3.9. They did not want to overuse or over-reliance on the machine translator. They prefer writing English essays on their own. So they thought that I'd like to use machine translator for checking my writing, especially their errors after writing by myself. And I want to improve my writing skills by writing on my own and checking my writing through a machine translator. And they also, even if there is a machine translator, feedback from peers, their friends or professors is still important and still necessary. That's what they thought. And let's move on to the negative aspects of machine translator. They thought, interestingly, they thought that machine translator provides still incorrect grammars. So grammatically it's not very perfect. They thought and they also thought that the machine translator do not provide very diverse expressions. And sometimes machine translator cannot understand Korean well. They cannot distinguish the detailed or very subtle nuances between Korean and English expressions. So that's why they thought that machine translator is not very effective. That's not very positive when they describe and express some very detailed and subtle intentions and feelings. So they thought machine translator is not completed yet. This slide shows the detailed result of the participants' perceived effects. And this slide shows that their interview result. They thought this slide shows the major drawbacks of machine translators. So some participants said that it is very difficult to capture the exact nuances of the Korean language. The point is that there may be cases where the expression I want to and translated expressions collide. There are many other shortcomings, but sometimes unintended meanings or interpretations seem to come out. Unintended meaning, not intended meaning. So MT do not understand Korean properly, so that the text doesn't come out as I intended. Although vocabulary and expressions from the translator level are highly useful in everyday expressions and essays, academic writings or advanced vocabulary and expressions are not usually available. It's just easy to translate on a daily basis. Among Korean words, high-level vocabulary, proverbs, and metaphor have not been captured. That's what they said. So their perceived effects was not very positive in terms of in academic writing for advanced vocabulary. And also some participants said that if you do not write the subject in Korean, sometimes it is replaced with a strange pronoun. Sometimes the article is written with the strange words because you do not understand Korean correctly. The translator do not understand Korean correctly, so the MT does not exact perfect a translated output. That's what mostly the participants said, that MT is not very perfect. And also, this slide shows some examples between the participants' own writing and the translated one. Some advanced participants wrote that my own writing has more natural expression than the translator, and the flow is not awkward. But my own writing, the text fits the context well. But machine translator, the translated one is not very natural. The flow is a little bit awkward, and sometimes the translated output does not fit the context well. That's what some participants mentioned. In terms of lexical level, some mistranslated output or quite often. So, for example, 신의 한수 was translated God's hand. It's very direct to translated one. So, for example, in these example shows that the machine translator is not very perfect and does not fit the context well. And in terms of grammar, also the mistranslated happen quite often. So in terms of tense, the translated one has inconsistent tense. Most of the sentences in Korean use the present tense, but the translator uses the present tense as it is. If the subject and predicates are a little far apart, an error occurs. And also the passive voice. The translator is very not good at passive voice when they express passive voice. That's what the participants mentioned. This slide also shows some examples of mistranslated one. So let's wrap up my presentation. This research has provides some pedagogical implications. So in the future, the frequent use of machine translator in English education is expected to become an irresistible trend. Therefore, in preparation for future changes in the educational field, having college learners use a translator, then studying their perceived effects in detail provides pedagogical implications. Interestingly, my participants perceived negatively that over-reliance on machine translators will lower their English writing skills. They did not unintentionally prefer to use translators in their English writing. In addition, although various vocabulary, that means lexical diversity and authentic expressions, can be helped through machine translators, they are well aware that there are still problems in terms of accuracy, grammar accuracy, and subtle differences, meaning differences in meaning between Korean and English. So the following studies should be expanded to not only just college students, but also high school and adult learners. Also, it would be good to look at the mean or long-term effects of machine translator on improving learners' English writing skills for at least 1 year, not just for 1 semester. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions or comments, feel free to send an email to me. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Sunbom Lee. I am a Kunsan High School teacher and an Iiccc University graduate school student. The title of this study is Development and Validation of a Fire Safety Awareness Scale for High School Students. I will make a presentation as the following procedure. First, introduction will be opened. Next, methods and findings, discussion and the conclusion. Finally, references. First, introduction. The necessity of the study. In order to increase the efficiency of school safety education, it is first necessary to measure whether students' safety awareness belongs to safety or danger. To this end, it is necessary to develop a scale with reliability and validity to measure students' fire safety awareness. In sympathy with such awareness and necessity, the purpose of this study is to develop measurable fire safety awareness that has been verified with reliability and validity for high school students. The research questions set according to this research objective are as follows. First, what are the components of the high school fire safety awareness scale? Second, What is the reliability and the validity of the high school fire safety awareness scale? Second, methods of this study. For sampling, a survey was conducted from March 22 to May 25, 2021, targeting 1,054 students, male 569, female 485, in grades 1st, 2nd, 3rd of high schools. To examine the cross-validation of the scale, the study subjects were composed of a search group and crossover group. Through the process of revising, supplementing, and reviewing the extracted items, the scale development was processed. The final fire safety awareness scale was developed with 22 items, verified reliability and validity. As for Survey 2, the fire safety awareness scale was in 4-point Likert scale format. The collected data were uploaded to SPSS 26, MS 27, and M+ A44 in order to analyze the validity and the reliability of the scale. Data analysis of fire safety awareness scale was conducted, and the order of item and the descriptive statistical analysis, exploratory factor analysis, and confirmatory factor analysis. As for findings of this study, first, preliminary scale components. Screenshot tests were performed to identify the number of potential factors. There was no significant difference between factors 3 and 4, so in this study, 4 pieces of factors were set. After identifying the characteristics of the 24 items included in the 4 factors and consulting with experts for each factor, fire prevention, first factor, fire preparation, second factor, fire response A, third factor, and the fire response B, fourth factor, were named. The contents of 22 items for each of the 4 factors of the final selected fire safety awareness scale are shown in Table 3. The Cronbach's alpha reliability of each factor was from 0.657 to 0.899, which satisfies the criteria more than 0.6. The overall reliability of the factors was also high at 0.81. Table 5 shows the results of the one-dimensional analysis for each factor of the final fire safety awareness scale. The unidimensionality of the items was supported in all factors. The validity of the fire safety awareness scale was reviewed in various ways in terms of content validity, construct validity, and cross validity. First, construct validity of the search group was verified. Figure 2 shows the convergence and the discriminant validity of the password of the confirmatory cross-group factor analysis model, which is good convergent and the discriminant validity. The correlations among fire prevention, fire preparedness, fire response A, and the fire response B were all positively significant. Table 7 shows the fit analysis results of the fire safety awareness measurement model of the search group. Chi-square, TLI, CFI, RMSA, and SRMR were found to be well satisfied. Table 8 shows the factor rating of the items for each constituent factor of the fire safety awareness scale of the search group. When judged collectively, each item can be seen as reflecting the relevant component well. Second, constructed validity of the cross group was verified. Figure 3 shows the convergence and the discriminant validity of the path road of the confirmatory cross group factor analysis model, which has good convergent and discriminant validity. Similar to the results of the search group analysis, the correlations among fire prevention, fire preparedness, fire response A, and the fire response B were all positively significant. Table 10 shows the feature analysis results of the disaster safety awareness measurement model of the cross group, TLI, CFI, RMSA, and SRMR were found to be well satisfied. Table 11 shows the factor loading of the items for each constituent fact of the fire safety awareness scale of the cross group. When judged collectively, its item can be seen as reflecting the relevant component well. For the confirmatory factor analysis of the cross-validation between the search and the crossover groups, it is possible to verify whether the factor loading, structural covariance, and the model residuals of the search and the crossover groups are the same. The identity is seen to be accomplished. Table 12 shows that the measurement tools work in the same way in the search and the crossover groups. The result of this comparison implies the possibility of generalization that the fire safety awareness scale can be applied to various groups. Interpreting the mean and standard deviation in this study, the average of fire prevention factors composed of 4 items was the lowest. This means that the safety awareness of high school students about fire prevention is lower than that of preparing for fire or responding to fire. The safety awareness of the students about earth leakage circuit breaker inspection is low, and it is rather ubiquitous to the extreme. In this field, the need for systematic and repeated safety education considering individual differences can be confirmed. Discussion and the conclusion. In this study, the development of the first tool, whose validity was verified to measure students' disaster safety awareness, is meaningful as a psychological measurement tool for fostering fire safety awareness. Correlation analysis between the factors of the search group and the cross group shows high correlation between fire response and the fire preparedness. In conclusion, this study developed a validated scale in a situation where research on a scale of fire safety awareness was still insufficient, confirmed the possibility of generalization that can be applied to various groups, and laid the basic and objective basis for research on fire safety awareness, which is the significance of this study. As for future research, it is necessary to analyze the profile and the potential profile of students' fire safety awareness using the fire safety awareness scale developed in this study. The references are as follows. Thank you for being with me. Thanks. Hello, my name is Sumbam Ni. I'm a Kunsanje High School teacher and also University Graduate School student. The title of this study is Development and the Validation of a Disaster Safety Awareness Scale for High School Students. I will make a presentation according to the following procedure. First, introduction. Second, methods and the findings, discussion and the conclusion. Finally, references. First, introduction, the necessity of the study. Since the natural disasters are difficult to predict and easy to neglect, systematic disaster safety education needed to be strengthened in kindergartens, elementary, and secondary schools. In order to increase the efficiency of school safety education, it is first necessary to measure whether students' safety awareness belongs to safety or danger. Despite the need for a tool to measure students' disaster safety awareness as a starting stage in high school disaster safety education, there is almost no development of a disaster safety awareness scale for high school students. In sympathy with such awareness and necessity, the purpose of this study is to develop a measure of disaster safety awareness that has been verified with reliability and validity for high school students. In this study, according to the classification of safety awareness of the fire department, the study was limited to disaster safety awareness as a natural disaster safety awareness. The research questions set according to this search objective are as follows. First, what are the components of the high school disaster safety awareness scale? Second, what is the reliability and validity of the high school disaster safety awareness scale? Next, method of this study. Sampling. A survey was conducted from March 22 to May 25, 2021, targeting 1,054 students, male 569, female 485, in grades 1st, 2nd, 3rd of high schools. To examine the cross-validation of the scale, the study subjects were composed of a search group and crossover group. Through the process of revising, supplementing, and reviewing the extracted items, the scale development was processed. The final disaster safety awareness scale was developed with 24 items, verified reliability and validity. As a survey tool, the first safety awareness scale was in 4-point Likert scale format. The collected data were uploaded to SPSS 26, MOS 27, and M+ 8.4 in order to analyze the validity and the reliability of the scale. Data analysis of the disaster safety awareness scale was conducted in the order of item and the descriptive statistical analysis, exploratory factor analysis, and the confirmatory factor analysis. As findings of this study, to begin with, the results of the exploratory factor analysis of the items of the scale and the contents of the items are examined by dividing them into preliminary and the final scales. First, preliminary scale components. Screen chart tests were performed to identify the number of potential factors. There was no significant difference between factors 3 and 4, so in this study, 4 pieces of factors were set. After identifying the characteristics of the 24 items included in 4 factors and consulting with experts for each factor, disaster prevention, the first factor, disaster response A, second factor, disaster response B, third factor, and the disaster recovery, fourth factor, were named. The contents of 24 items for each of the 4 factors of the finally selected disaster safety awareness scale are shown in Table 3. The Cronbach's alpha reliability of each factor was from 0.835 to 0.912, which satisfies the criteria more than 0.6. The overall reliability of the factors was also high at 0.87. Table 5 shows the results of the one-dimensional analysis for each factor of the final fire safety awareness scale. The unidimensionality of the items was supported in all factors. The validity of the disaster safety awareness scale was reviewed in various ways in terms of content validity, constructive validity, and cross-validity. First, constructive validity of the search group was verified. Figure 2 shows the convergence and discriminant validity of the password of the confirmatory cross-group factor analysis model, which has good convergence and discriminant validity. The correlations among disaster prevention, disaster response A, disaster response B, and the disaster recovery were all positively significant. Table 7 shows the PEAT analysis results of the disaster safety awareness measurement model of the search group. Chi-square, TLI, CFI, RMSEA, and SRMR were found to be well satisfied. Table A shows the factor rating of the items for each constituent fact of the disaster safety awareness scale of the search group. When judged collectively, its item can be seen as reflecting the relevant component well. Second, constructive validity of the cross-group was verified. Figure 3 shows the convergence and the discriminant validity of the password of the confirmatory cross-group factor analysis model, which has good convergence and discriminant validity. Similar to the results of the cross-group analysis, correlations among disaster prevention, disaster response A, disaster response B, and disaster recovery were all positively significant. Table 10 shows the field analysis results of the disaster safety awareness measurement model of the cross-group, TLI, CFI, RMSA, and SRMR were found to be well satisfied. Table 11 shows the factor rating of the items for each constituent factor of the disaster safety awareness scale of the cross-group. When judged collectively, each item can be seen as reflecting the relevant component well. For the confirmatory factor analysis of the cross-validation between the search and the crossover groups, it is possible to verify whether the factor rating, structural covariance, and the moral residuals of the search and crossover groups are the same as shown in Table 12. The identity is seen to be accomplished. Interpreting the mean and standard deviation from this study, the average of disaster prevention factors composed of 9 items was the lowest. This means that the safety awareness of high school students about disaster prevention is lower than that of preparing for disaster or recovery. The students' awareness of safety in using the disaster guidance system application is low, and it is rather ubiquitous to the extreme. In this field, the need for systematic and repeated safety education considering individual differences can be confirmed. Discussion and conclusion. The scale developed by this study is meaningful as a test tool differentiated from the existing questionnaire, which had limitations in educational diagnosis and prescription for disaster safety education by conducting content validity, constructive validity, and cross-validity verification. This scale can be said to be usable for both groups as well as other high school students. Correlation analysis between the factors of the search group and the cross group shows a high correlation between disaster prevention, and the disaster response. Disaster prevention can have a positive effect on disaster response, so it is necessary to consider the importance of safety awareness to prepare and prevent disaster. In conclusion, this study developed validated scale and situation where research on the scale of disaster safety awareness was still insufficient, confirmed the possibility of generalization that can be applied to various groups, and laid a basic and objective basis for research on disaster safety awareness, which is the significance of this study. Due to this study, disaster safety consciousness will be studied more deeply. A culture of safe living is recreated and transformed in the information age, which changes rapidly and unpredictably. In line with these changes, it is necessary to restructure disaster safety awareness scale in consideration of reality. References are as follows. Thank you for paying attention to my presentation. Thanks.
Hello everyone. I am Yong-Sop Shin from Gangwon University in Seoul. The paper title is A Study on the Performance Comparison of Bagging and Boosting Combining Multiple Data. Let's start presenting this paper. Presentation order is Introduction, Related Work, Experiment and Evaluation, then Conclusions. First of all, let me tell you an introduction. Recently, the importance of machine learning and data analysis is gradually increasing. Sometimes, the data handles a small amount of data, but in many cases it has to process a very large amount of data. Thus, as the amount of data grows exponentially in machine learning, the importance of learning speed and accuracy increases. Although the popular bagging and boosting are both good algorithms, it is important to use the right algorithm for your dataset. We compare random forest of bagging and XGBoost of boosting and conduct research to set an algorithm suitable for the dataset. This slide is related work. First of all, I will briefly explain bagging. Bagging, short for bootstrap aggregating, is an ensemble algorithm designed to improve the stability and accuracy of machine learning algorithms used in statistical classification and regression analysis. Generates multiple bootstrap data and combines them after modeling to create a final predictive model. Each model is independent and trains in parallel. Next up is boosting. Boosting is an ensemble algorithm primarily aimed at reducing the bias and variance of supervised learning. Boosting is a continuous model. We also train the following model by weighting the misclassified entities. In general, it reduces errors and performs better than boosting. Random forest. It is composed of trees with slightly different characteristics. Can understand the importance of variables. Also, the prediction of each tree are not related to each other. As such, it is error resistant because errors in each tree do not propagate to each other. As the number of data increases, the speed drops significantly compared to the season trees. XGBoost is based on GBM. XGBoost includes regulation to prevent overfitting and provides an early stop system. Also, weighting is done using ensemble's characteristic gradient descent. Finally, it is a good model for both base classification and regression due to the use of classification and regression tree. The difference between boosting and bagging is as follows. In the case of bagging, it is modeled by combining through sampling. The initial model is the bootstrap model, and the final model is bagging model. The focus is on reducing the variability of the model, and each bootstrap is averaged and computed by majority vote. Finally, it is a model that can perform well when missing values are present. On the other hand, boosting has the following characteristics. After training the model, the weights are reduced and computed gradually. The initial model is classified as weak, but the final model is classified as strong. It is mainly used to improve accuracy, and it uses a weighted linear combination operation. Finally, it is advantageous when there is a large number of data. As I have described so far, I can think that all of the boosting techniques have only good sides. However, boosting performs well, but is slow and has the potential to overload. To solve that problem, we will use XGBoost technique to prevent overfitting in advance and improve accuracy and speed. The following is a description of the dataset. The first Baker performance classification data used has 1739 data and used 5 features. Classification of edible mushrooms data holds 8124 data and uses 22 features. Next, wine classification data uses 6498 data and 30 features. Finally, the diabetes data use 20,000 data and 5 features. The following shows the feature importance for each dataset. In the classification of edible mushroom data, spore print color is the most important factor. In the wine classification, total sulfur dioxide is the most important factor. Then, they appear in the order of free sulfur dioxide and residual sugar. In the Baker performance classification data, DOR is the most important factor. Finally, in dataset diabetes classification, triglyceride is the most important factor, followed by cholesterol and FBS. Next, let's talk about accuracy. Random Forest and XGBoost show the following accuracy, respectively. Vehicle performance classification data, Random Forest was 96.2% and XGBoost was 98.2%, indicating slightly higher accuracy of XGBoost. Classification of edible mushrooms, the data show that both algorithms performed well at 100%. While in classification in the data, random forest was 98.8% and XGBoost was 96.6%, showing slightly better performance. Finally, diabetes classification in data, random forest showed 18.2% and XGBoost showed 93.07%. XGBoost performed much better. Next, let's talk about learning speed. The running rate is as shown below. In all cases, XGBoost performed well. It also showed more robustness in large amounts of data. The results of this study are as follows. There is a good algorithm to use for each dataset. The purpose of this study was to identify an excellent algorithm for each data. In most cases, boosting worked well. However, bagging performed well in the presence of missing values. It is more important to find an appropriate algorithm for each dataset. In the case of future data analysis, it is expected that the same analysis can be performed with high efficiency by selecting an appropriate algorithm. That's the end of the presentation. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, I'm Yoo Jung-shin from Kwangwon University in Seoul. The paper title is Korean Sentiment Analysis Using Neural Network and Ensemble Combination. Let's start presenting this paper. The presentation order is Introduction, Related Research, Experiment Procedures, Experiment Research, Conclusions. This is for introduction. The purpose of this paper is to propose a Korean sentiment analysis model that improves accuracy better than the basic model and improves performance on small data. As the experimental method word-to-vec analysis was performed between Word and by GRU, which was excellent for small data, and the bagging technique, one of the ensemble techniques, were used to reduce individual difference between models and improve generalization errors. The dataset used the total of 3 data: small movie review data, large movie review data, and general review data. This is for related research. Sentiment analysis is to analyze opinions, emotions, evaluation, attitude about entities expressed in text and their properties, and is also called sentiment mining and subjectivity analysis. Sentiment analysis process in the order is data collection, subjectivity detection, and polarity detection. Word-to-vec is continuous word embedding based on neural network. Word-to-vec has two model structures. It is civil and scigram. In the same amount of data, we used word2vec as a scigram model because the scigram has more learning opportunities for the central words than civil, and the learning volume is better. A model that uses the GRU model not only in the forward direction but also in the reverse direction. Tagging is a method of collecting test research by training each model by taking samples multiple times. Each model is independently trained in parallel. This page shows the experimental procedures for my paper. First, let's collect data. Then it goes through a data purification step that removes or accepts hunger. Perform tokenization operation using the morpheme analyzer. In this process, unnecessary tokens are removed by designating stopwords such as 그때와 의. Perform integral encoding on the data show that the computer can handle text numerically. Then the padding work is carried out to match the length of sample of different lengths equally. Bootstrap the data that you have works on and then detect quality, receiving positive, negative. After word2vec running bootstrap data is model 9 times of by GRU running is independent tree. Penalizes. Then aggregate the result with a majority vote of the results variable for each model. Precision, recall, accuracy calculated in TP, TN, FP, FN as indicators for evaluating the proposed sentiment analysis model. I calculated the precision, recall, and accuracy of the first data by applying the evaluation method I mentioned earlier. As a result of the experiment, the first experimental data shows that the proposed model performed better than the existing model. I calculated precision, recall, and accuracy of the second data by applying the evaluation method I mentioned earlier. As a result of the experiment, the second experimental data shows that the proposed model performed better than the exciting model. I calculated the precision, recall, and accuracy of the third data by applying the evaluation method I mentioned earlier. As a result of the experiment, the third experimental data shows that the proposed model performed better than the exciting model. Experiments show that the proposed model performs better than the base model for all three data. IGRU, which applied sentiment analysis to Korean movie review data, and the proposed model were compared. Experiments were performed with small-scale movie live data, large-scale movie live data, general review movie data. As a result of the study, it can be seen that the performance for large data as well as small data is improved. Performance is also improved for general live data.
Hello, my name is Jeong Kim. The title of the paper to publish is Deepfakes, an overview of fake manipulation and detection in artificial intelligence. Amid the recent prevailing of artificial intelligence technology-based content, the number of digital crimes such as defamation and financial fraud that abuse the deepfake technology is increasing significantly. Deepfake technology, which is based on deep learning technology, have led to the manipulation of realistic fake content with its corresponding implications towards society in this era of fake news. Due to the accessibility to large-scale public data and the evolution of deep learning techniques that eliminates many manual harmful steps such as autoencoder AE and generative adversarial networks GAN, deepfake is becoming is to automatically synthesize non-existing contents and face or manipulate real contents and faces of real person in image or video. Let me explain a little bit about GAN. GAN consists of two models, a discriminator D estimate the probability of a given sample coming from the real data set. It works as a critic and is optimized to tell the fake samples from the real ones. A generator G outputs synthetic samples given a noise variable input Z. Z brings in potential output diversity. It is trained to capture the real data distribute so that its generative samples can be as real as possible, or in other words, can trick the discriminator to offer a high probability. These two models compete against each other during the training process. The generator G is trying hard to trick the discriminator, while the critic model D is trying hard not to be cheated. This interesting zero-sum game between two models motivate both to improve their functionalities. In this survey paper, we introduced defects, technologies, and classify them: face generation, face swap, and facial attribute editing, and provides reviews of various techniques for manipulations and its detection, including a summary of results from these evolutions. Additionally, we also discuss issues and future trends that should be considered to progress to the advanced. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, I'm Nuri Shin from Hwangwon University in Seoul. I will be presenting about sentiment classification using XLMR. Let's start presenting this paper. Here are the contents of this presentation. The presentation order is Introduction, Related Research, Suggest Method, Result of the Experiment, and Conclusion. Sentiment analysis is an analytic method that classifies emotion as positive or negative in text documents, and classifies the emotion of documents from documents such as article on social media, product review, or news. It is also applied to the field of opinion mining, which analyzes public opinion using the result of sentiment analysis. In the past, where there was a technique using a dictionary construct with words and that contained positive and negative words, but recently, the analysis using a machine learning technique was used. Among them, looking at the sentiment analysis study that applied machine learning using movie review data, Kim and Song analyzed emotion using neighbor Bayesian classifier and feedforward neural network. Kim and Lee used CNN and O'Neill used BiLSTM. They conduct and studied sentiment analysis using neural networks. However, recently there have also been studies using a transformer-based pre-trained model. Park either performed Korean NLP tests using BERT, which was learned with small Korean data and Google's multilingual BERT. Their Korean sentiment analysis was classified into positive and negative. However, we pay attention to the emotion of a person's sadness, not the positive or negative. After Google's BERT, various models based on Transformer are coming out. Among them, XLML Roberta, developed by the Facebook AI team, solved the data limitation and multilingual delusion problem by learning the training data using refined CC rather than Wikipedia data. The performance is improved over Google Multilingual BERT, and the pre-trained model was released. The pre-trained model has the advantage of being able to reuse the model for various tasks with a small amount of data. Therefore, in this paper, we study the improvement of Korean sentiment analysis performance using an XML Roberta-based pre-trained model that solves multilingual delusion problems and improve performance. We study how to classify sadness and non-sadness rather than positive and negative classifications as in previous studies. In computer vision research, it was found that pre-trained model played a very large role in solving the image task using transfer learning. Based on this, it was found that this method was also applied in the NLP study, and the performance was good. A representative pre-trained model in NLP is Google's BERT. Google's BERT used the large capacity book corpus and Wikipedia to pre-train and used the pre-trained model to fine-tune data for various tasks. At the time of its appearance, its record SOTA in the NLP test. The structure of the XML-based model used in study consists of 12 layers, 768 neurons in the hidden layer, 12 attention layers, and 0.1 trouble ratio. When fine-tuning the model, the existing hyperparameters of XML were left intact. The following is an experiment flowchart. First, the review text is tokenized to enter the XML model. Next, sadness and non-sadness are classified through the output value on XML. The first step in the experiment is data collection. A dataset on sadness is built by crawling review of sad movies, and the number of non-sadness data is measured using public data NSNC. The second step is pre-processing. For the sad reviews in Korean words such as 우우 and 유유 are often included, and in many papers, these parts are processed in the pre-processing process. However, for these emojis, they can be classified as sad in sad reviews and are used a lot by real users. Therefore, the experiment is carried out by including the sad emotions 우우 or 유유. However, other emojis are removed and emojis connecting many of the same words are shortened. We also convert the unknown token that appeared when tokenizing a sentence. The third step is tokenization. The tokenization appearance is the appearance to apply the review to the model. Apply the original reviews to the tokenizer to create tokenized text and convert it to a vector value. XML like BERT requires attention mask. The transformed vector value and attention value are trained on the model. The sadness review dataset constructed in this way has sadness level is 1, non-sadness label is 0, and 12,312 total data. The entire data was split in a 7:3 ratio. We also adjusted the number of labels for training and test data to be the same. The following are the model's hyperparameters. The epoch was set to 10, the maximum sentence length was 128, and the batch size was set to 32. AMW was used, and the learning rate was set to 3e-5, and epsilon was set to 1e-8. The experiment was conducted with Google Collaborati, and the pre-trained model used the Hugging Face library. As a result of the experiment, the accuracy of the classification model for sadness was 95.14%, which was a good result. In addition, 95.17% of precision and 95.13% of recall were obtained. The result analyzed used the confusion matrix or as follows. It was confirmed that prediction was similarly good when new data was inserted. It was confirmed that the prediction was well even when a ball emotion was added. In this paper, we performed a Korean sentiment analysis to classify sadness using the pre-trained model XML Roberta, which supplement the problem found in the multilingual support model. As a result, a high accuracy of 95.14% was obtained. It also classified the new data well. However, human emotions are not limited to sadness. There are various emotions such as joy, anger, touching. Therefore, we plan to study models and methods to classify these emotions in the future as well. Thank you for watching to my presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kipum Lee, and I'm a graduate student at Hwangwon University. I will be presenting about design assessment system of AI educational model. Here is the contents of this presentation. Introduction. In 2025, artificial intelligence education was introduced as a regular subject for elementary, middle, and high school students. And discussion on the development of next generation software education standard model based on the AI educational standard model. However, the AI education model based on elementary school students lacks a clear standard. Overseas, AI and data science education is promoted as an extension of digital literacy and computational thinking education. In the case of Estonia, schools themselves introduced a self-evaluation system for the overall information education. The self-assessment system provides feedback for score and learner achievement of goals. We proposed an evaluation module app for AI education model for presented in 2020. 기쁨리. Self-test through a web app. Scores for each evaluation factor. Designs an evaluation module based on the item response theory. This is a system proposal. We designed with 4 modules. It consists of assessment factor module, self-diagnosis module, item bank module, evaluation result module. After separated admin, instructor, learner. First, assessment factor module. Classify the question as corresponding to the evaluation factor and add or modify the evaluation factor when there is a change. Second, self-diagnosis module. Selected by the learner to determine his or her understanding level after class. Third, item bank module. Instructor and admin create a quiz and enter the corresponding answer. Measurement by matching with evaluation factors. Fourth, evaluation result module. Accumulation of learning round. It is converted into the average of each evaluation factor and individual scores and converted to the length of the relative evaluation factor. This figure is a flowchart of proposed system. The admin accesses the web interface and first enters the evaluation factor in advance. Collect by entering the subject name and of the opened course. The instructor create quiz and create a class corresponding to the opened subject. The created quiz will be shown to the learner by subject ID depending on class. The instructor create a quiz, make an answer list, and add evaluation factor for each quiz questions. When the learner logs in by accessing app interface, select the self-diagnosis menu, choose subject, and quiz start. Open compilation of self-diagnosis, evaluation of learning ability is conducted through an automatic scores processing based on the subjects the learner has studied. The evaluation of learning ability is conducted based on the subject and the result of each evaluation and evaluation factor and a record of each round. Following is description of algorithm for each module. Algorithm 1 is an algorithm that brings the available questions corresponding to the class among the questions. This class ID as input and search the question bank repository to see if there is a list of quiz questions of the class. If there are questions to be asked, compares the total number of questions with the number of questions asked. The questions are extracted sequentially and repeated until all questions are retrieved. Algorithm 2 is an algorithm for numbering problems and featuring problems and options. Inputs are questions limit, available questions list, available options list, evaluation factor. Output is current question and available options list. The instructor received the number of questions to be asked. Algorithm 3 is that stores the total scores and incorrect answers for each item in the repository after self-diagnosis. Search the provide round records in the repository to see if there are any provide self-diagnosis record. If there is one, and add from the provide previous round, and if there is no provide records, it is initialized to 1. When the quiz is finished, the quiz result function is called to record the result of the corresponding round. The round scores and incorrect answer for each item are inserted into the repository. This algorithm is making report that brings the result of the whole classes and individual result for each area of analysis. Feedback is given to the instructor so that the change and improved in understanding of the classes as a whole and individual learners in the class can be historied and inquired. It designs that so that each report can be selected to use the handle value. This algorithm is part of feedback to learner for each item during self-diagnosis. It shows the result of scoring for each item and at the same time gives feedback to the learner on whether the answer is correct or not. Conclusion. Nowadays, the lack of tools to the task AI for elementary school learner for learning comprehension and performance. So, in this study focused on the environment conditions for teaching and learning for the development of AI teaching and learning module. The proposal system is the learner can self-evaluation through the evaluation web app. The instructor can view the learner's learning evaluation result. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Hello. From now on, I will present a paper on mobile cloud system based on EMRA for in-body data. In-body is a tool that measures health information with high reliability and accuracy for analyzing body composition. This health information generated by the in-body are unlike the existing method of storing, processing, and outputs. The data to the server side is needed to support accurate health data analysis and sharing service using a mobile device. However, in the process of transmitting body composition measurement information to a mobile service, a problem may occur in data transmission reception processing. In this case, because the network in the cloud environment is used, the connection is disconnected or the connection is changed. Then, in-body information should be provided globally, not in a temporary area centered on mobility. In addition, in-body information is transmitted to the mobile device. For this reason, in the mobile cloud environment, it is necessary to define a standard schema and transfer information between standardized in-body data and mobile devices. In particular, two methods are used: linking through the in-body cloud server and linking directly to the customer's system from the in-body device. However, the system for grasping body information using in-body has the following problems. First, body information collected through in-body from numerous users is transferred and analyzed in real time from each mobile device to a cloud server. In this case, since a large amount of body information is simultaneously processed, a traffic problem may occur. In the case of a mobile cloud associated with the mobile device, the wireless network is disconnected or changes may occur away from the transmitting and receiving of the physical information. In addition, inconsistency in processing or format of body information may occur due to performance problems of different mobile devices. A standardized service environment should be provided to solve this problem. In this paper, we propose a mobile cloud system using eMRA, in which the mobile device processes transmits body information generated in the in-body, and internally manages the body information of each local organization with a standard schema. The components of this proposed system are as follows. It processes the body information received in the in-body environment and converts it into a standard schema using eMRA so that standardized data can be transmitted. This is a coordinator subsystem that manages mobile devices locally and stores the sensed body information. It also supports data transmission between local coordinator subsystems and manages user information, sensor information, and coordinator information. It is composed of Iiccc system that supports standard schema of mobile device, application, and coordinator subsystem. Even when a mobile device moves across an area, information processed by the mobile device can be transmitted and stored in a standard format with a coordinate. Subsystem and Iiccc system. The system proposed in this paper is connected to the coordinator subsystem located in the moved area instead of the previous coordinator subsystem when the data generated in the in-body is transmitted to the mobile device, that is, when mobility occurs. Thereafter, the body data generated in the in-body was configured to be transmitted and received. In addition, the connected coordinator subsystem and eMRA system use the sensing data measured in the in-body, the sensor type, the received time, and the received coordinator subsystem ID as the coordinator subsystem in which the mobile device was registered. In addition, the user can receive a service with the moving path of the mobile device and the sensor type and measurement value used while moving. The proposed system of this paper provides an environment that can standardize the body data sensed by each in-body. Body data is collected from a sensor measuring device attached to the body through the in-body, and filtering processing such as noise reduction is performed, and it converts to document-oriented data using DBA-based schema standard. The processed body data is transmitted to the coordinator subsystem for each region using Wi-Fi. The coordinator subsystem manages local mobile devices and monitors and stores body data transmitted to the mobile devices temporarily. Thereafter, the temporarily stored body data is transmitted to the proposal system so that it can be returned to the corresponding coordinator subsystem. The format in which transmitted body data is temporarily stored is defined in eMRA-based standards. During this process, the coordinator subsystem ID of the information registered in the mobile device matches the ID of the currently located coordinator subsystem, and it stores body data in the coordinator subsystem. Stores user information, sensor information, and the coordinator subsystem identifier of the registered location in the process of registering the mobile device. In addition, in order to solve the problem of heterogeneity in the structure of DB schema between heterogeneous sensor devices and organs of body data, an internally standardized schema format is defined and distributed to the application. In this paper, a mobile cloud-based eMRA system, a coordinator subsystem, and a series of processes using mobile devices are defined as a platform, and POM-S and DBA-S services will be available. The proposed system in this paper registers each mobile device to process the data generated in the in-body and provides distribution and update of files for installation. Figure is the configuration diagram of eMRA system. This proposed system consists of resource information and GMT, which manages information of mobile devices, and Coordinator Subsystems, BNS Data Provider, which manages relay between coordinator subsystems, and Metadata Schema MGMT, which manages registration of mobile devices. Figure is the overall operation process of embodied data management. The body data created in embody is transferred to Provision Manager and stored in data storage. Is collected in collection when body data in JSON format is transmitted from an application of a mobile device. The branch is divided by identifying the registered coordinator subsystem ID of the collected JSON format body data. 3 saves BSN data in JSON format in which the registered coordinator subsystem ID does not match in a temporary file. 5 adds the ID of the coordinator subsystem where the JSON formatted BSN data stored in the temporary file is received and is transmitted to the EMRA system, and the transmitted body data is the registered coordinator subsystem ID, and the coordinator subsystem stored in the EMRA system. It is returned to the corresponding coordinator subsystem using the information if the registered coordinator subsystem ID and the coordinator subsystem ID of the received location match. 6, 7, and 8 convert body data in JSON format using metadata into local data format, and the converted local data is stored in the data storage of the coordinator subsystem. 9 provides services to users with local data stored in the data storage of the coordinator subsystem. In-body measurement information for people's health management is as follows. The service function of the mobile device interface for the subject's health management is as follows. The first interface of figure is the appearance of outputting and checking the processed in-body data as a list. In the list, in-body sensor type, measured value received time, and in-body sensor unit are recorded, and they are sorted in descending order based on the received time. If you click the List button in the upper right corner, information about the person who has logged in is displayed. In addition, it is possible to check whether the mobile device is connected to the coordinator subsystem and information on the currently connected coordinator subsystem. The second interface is the user information confirmation and connected coordinator information screen. You can see that the user of the current CIO 770 is connected in the CDO LODA area. In this paper, we proposed a mobile cloud system using EMRA, in which the mobile device processes and transmits body data generated in InBody and manages the data of each local organization with a standard schema. The proposed system processes the body data generated in InBody and converts it into a standard schema using EMRA so that standardized data can be transmitted. Even when a mobile device moves through an area, the coordinator subsystem is in charge of providing access services, and ERNA is applied as a solution to schema heterogeneity occurring in the process of accessing data generated in InBody. In addition, the body information received in the InBody environment is processed and converted into a standard schema using EMRA so that standardized data can be transmitted. This is a coordinator subsystem that manages mobile devices locally and stores sensed body information, supports data transmission between local coordinator subsystems, manages user information, sensor information, and coordinator information, and is a standard for applications and coordinator subsystems of mobile devices of an EMRA system that supports the schema. By using this, even when the mobile device moves locally, the information processed by the mobile device can be transmitted and stored in a standard format through the coordinator subsystem and the EMRA system. However, environmental infrastructure that can provide standardization process and monitoring in terms of large-scale embodied data, that is, big data, has not been provided. In the future, there is a need for research on technologies that process embody big data and provide analysis and services in a cloud environment. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening to my thesis on mobile cloud system based on EMRA for embodied data. Hello. From now on, I will start presenting a thesis on a study on a data fabric-based platform centering on a distributed platform in a cloud environment. Recognizing problems for improvement directions in a distributed data environment. A data warehouse (DW) or data lake (DL) is still a powerful data platform. All processes such as extracting data required for decision-making from the operating system, processing conversion, refining and loading it into the data warehouse are necessary. When data grows exponentially, management costs are high. Measures to address the need. Based on data fabric, it is proposed to build a data infrastructure optimized for a distributed environment. Data fabric was selected by Gartner as one of the top 10 data and analytics technology trends for 2019. Data fabric integrates all data in a multi-cloud environment into one scalable platform, providing an environment where companies can easily access and move data with security and authority, guaranteed regardless of where the data is stored. What is data fabric? You may not so, but you've probably seen all the scraps that go into making a quilt. When everything is scattered across the floor, it isn't easy to see the pattern. You know it's a quilt, but you can't see it just yet. However, sew the pieces together, and a pattern emerges, a cohesive picture emerges. Add the quilting patterns, and you have a comprehensive and layered whole, not just scattered pieces. You could also think of data fabric like a map. Standing in your front yard makes it difficult to comprehend how vast your city is. Boil it down to a map, even a complex one, and the range and scale emerge. Data fabric is the same in concept, but the landscape or pattern you're creating is your data itself. It creates two layers. One layer is like the quilt, giving you the big picture of your data and helping put things in context. The second is like the map, telling you where data is and how it travels. Data warehouses, data lakes, and data fabric. You have a data warehouse already. Maybe your data science team is maintaining a data lake. Do you still need data fabric? Absolutely. Talking with your data engineer, you'll likely discover that while data lakes and warehouse store the data itself, they don't give you the picture of your data in motion. Data fabric enlightens your team and your decision makers to your entire data operation. Gartner identifies data fabrics as a means to frictionless access across a distributed network. Traditional data management options have gone obsolete as data itself changes, and our ability to process that data changes. Even with programs like Hadoop, which can collocate disparate data, organizations are still risking losing data, and with it, value. Plus, achieving governance is a nightmare if you don't have the full picture at your disposal. Instead of relying on inflexible data warehouses to swing up, implementing data fabric gives you a cohesive. This paper establishes a data fabric-based platform that minimizes physical movement as a way to link and support geographically dispersed, heterogeneous source data as an efficient use of distributed data. This platform maximizes the advantages of a distributed environment and at the same time simplifies data management by integrating all data into one platform and is a consistent data management platform that can easily access and share data anywhere in a hybrid cloud environment. Implementing data fabric. Whether you go with one of the handful of data fabrics as a service DFDS or orchestrate your own, there are a few essential characteristics. Data fabrics must manage data across all environments, provide API development lifecycle support, support all data use cases, ensure governance and quality, embrace machine learning or have that capability, enable data integration, a single representation of data from all sources. As companies struggle to balance democratizing a single representation of data from all sources. As companies struggle to balance democratizing data and protecting it to ensure compliance, a comprehensive view of that data is necessary. Data doesn't exist behind firewalls anymore or with on-premise locations. Instead, the dynamic nature of data practically ensures companies are spending all their time trying to figure out what they have and where it is. Just that task alone makes pivot and reaction times slow. In terms of digital transformation, it's hopeless. A DFDS provides a comprehensive structure for your data, its location, and its movement. Organizations get faster migration and reduced reliance on those legacy structures. Best of all, it balances the need for governance with the availability of data. We sometimes add new features in response to customer feedback to improve customer services. What if we need to add new attributes in the database due to the newly added features while running a service? In the existing relational database environment, there are so many things to be considered that relevant development cannot be done quickly. Graph Database provides flexibility in data operation through a schema-less data structure. In this, the second posting on the value of Graph Database, we would like to introduce the work flexibility that can be realized with a schema-less structure. A huge volume of data from SNSSs, geographic information systems, or IoT devices spews out relentlessly in the modern society and spreads in various and structured forms. In addition, in response to rapidly changing market conditions and customer needs these days, what we need is a flexible development environment. Unlike relational database, RDB Graph Database (GDB) stores each data as an object rather than inserting it into a structured format table. Therefore, the table schema used by RDB does not exist in GDB. Such absence of a schema gives you flexibility in data operations, which means no problem even if the data volume increases or the type of input varies. Since a large volume of data in a variety of forms is stored in the database as they are entered and each object can be independent or aggregate, GDB features excellent operability in both single server and distributed data environments. GDB represents the relationship between each data object as a line, edge, or relationship. The data relationship can be easily expressed by simply adding an attribute to a table, as RDB does, or by connecting a relationship line between data objects' vertices, or nodes, without having to scan the entire table. This allows users to change the data more easily. At the end of the day, thanks to THDS, thanks to these features, the GDB users can store, process, and modify unstructured data and real-time input data in a more flexible manner. Anyone who has ever used an existing RDB would understand adding a column to a particular table in the database requires multiple confirmations and a lot of work, as shown in the figure above. When you have to add a value with a new attribute to an existing table in an RDB, you should first add a column corresponding to the new attribute. Check the foreign key table for interoperation, add a column to the target table, and reset the constraints. A series of these tasks require an understanding on the overall database design and may cause problems such as denormalization of the data model, consistency issues, unnecessary null generations in the table, and application modifications. On the other hand, when you add a value with a new attribute in GDB, all you have to do is create a point vertex or node with a new property on the graph, and then connect different points vertices or nodes with a line, edge, or relationship. That's it. You can also assign one or more labels to nodes for easier data management. It means the following three characteristics. Schema-less because Graph Database stores individual data as an object rather than inserting it into a structured format table. The data capacity is reduced. It doesn't matter if it gets bigger or the input shape varies. Query processing speed. The Graph Database model can query the desired data faster and more efficiently than the relational database model, which requires searching for individual table data and increases the burden as the number of joins increases. When a query with high relation-centered complexity, such as finding a friend of a specific person, is made, the difference in processing speed becomes clear as the depth value increases. Intuitive modeling, the graph database consisting of each data, object, and relational lines connecting them provides users with an intuitive data model that is closer to a real model. The intuition of the graph database data model provides a similar appearance to reality, suggesting the possibility of changing the data utilization area of the organization from the area of professional engineers in the past to the area where all members of the organization can participate. The advantages of this proposed platform can be said as follows. In this proposed, we manage data fabric-based source data in a distributed environment using knowledge graph database. The advantages are as follows. Storing data in a knowledge graph database rather than a relational database. There is no complexity involved in storing and managing indexing and join information required in RDB, and it guarantees faster search and efficient management. Only the identifier ID information of distributed data and some important additional information is collected in a central repository. Significant time and cost savings in preparation for data collection operations. A human-readable representation of data that uniquely identifies data and associates it with common business terms, helping end users to autonomously, secure and confidently access their data. Finally, the conclusion. Provide efficient use of distributed data without building a data warehouse or data lake. Minimize physical movement to link and support distributed source data. Provides a platform that allows easy access and movement of data in a multi-cloud environment with security and authority guaranteed regardless of the data storage location. Reduce management cost and provide effective scalability in operating data. A single data experience across public cloud, private cloud, and on-premises. Until now, this concludes the paper presentation on a study on a data fabric-based platform centering on a distributed platform in a cloud environment.
I'll begin a presentation from now on. 사상, constitution, analysis, and one recommendation of suggestion through mobile face recognition. Gwangwon University Department of Immersive Content Convergence, Seoul, Korea, 기억성. Gwangwon University Graduate School of Smart Convergence, Institute of Tourism Industry, Professor, Seoul, Korea, 기환 유. Content. First, introduction. Second, method. Third, result and discussion. First, introduction. Face recognition technology is a technology that determines what kind of person the input face image is and is applied to actual service, such as immigration, screening, payment system, and terminal unlocking. The key to identification through face recognition is to identify features that distinguish one face from other face and give it uniqueness or individuality. Various technologies are being developed continuously, such as extracting the positions of characteristic elements such as eye, nose, and mouth of the face in advance, and then calculating the feature vector between these elements to detect the face part, or extracting the face using the face color or depth. 사상, constitution analyzed in Oriental medicine includes a method of comparing and analyzing a person's face, body shape, voice thickness, and the degree of development of a specific area. For 사상 constitutional medicine, teacher Iiccc Wright, 동의주세 보원, at the end of the 19th century, classifying human type into 태양인, 태음인, 소양인, 소음인 and suggesting a prescription for each constitution it is an in-depth analysis of anthropology. Therefore, it aims to implement a diagnostic device to improve accuracy and objectivity by systemizing the constitution classification of 사상 medicine. Recently, there have been 4 environments where wine can be accessed as wine shop, wine bar, and wine restaurants increase. Preference for wine has diversified and demand is increasing. A study on structured wine recommendation algorithm that considered personalized characteristics of wine consumer should be conducted, and based on this, on advanced study on recommendation algorithm that consider consumer characteristics should be conducted. This study analyzed the 사상 constitution through the mobile app and web server using facial recognition database on picture of adult men and women in their 40s to 50s and suggested wine recommendation that matches the constitution. First, the user body information is input, and after analyzing the constitution through the face recognition mobile app, they receive the wine recommendation tailors them. If the first recommendation wine is not desired, another wine is configured to be recommended. The mobile face recognition app extracted the figure points of the user face and classified 태양인, 태음인, 소양인, and 소민 by face ratio. The user personal information input value of the 사상 constitution classification and the 사상 constitution value classified through the mobile face recognition app were synthesized to recommendation wine that fit the user constitution. The user face information was configured to recommend the wine that best suit the user with the face 사상 constitution database and 사상 constitution wine database and connected to a web server rather than all information from the after establish or stable stem. A user and the user information, face recognition, photography, web server, stem, wine database, and face database server, 사상 constitution, face database, 그다음에 wine database, user, wine recommendation for your constitution, 그다음에 check wine information. Third, result and discussion. This study was designed and implemented to utilize a face recognition application system using mobile phone app. If you are using an existing mobile phone, you can use the face recognition application system by downloading and installing the app. 사상 constitution analysis through face recognition is the IT technology in the age of well-being by recommending wine that fit the user constitution. Uh, the advantage of the system as follow. First, when we transfer user face information to a web server through a face recognition app, we recommend the best wine along with the face 사상 constitution DB and 사상 constitution wine DB. Second, since not all information is displayed in the app, we have established a step system by connecting with your web server. Thirdly, the wine recommendation system that fit constitution allow the user who encounters wine for the first time to trust the wine as a well-being thing that are fit by body. Finally, a scientific approach combined with IT will lead to the growth and popularization of the wine market. Uh, this concludes the presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Sunhan O, Department of Immersive Content Convergence, Guangwon University. A study on the analysis of self-medication keywords using social media big data. Outlines first introduction to proposed methods, third research, fourth conclusion. First, introduction background. The development of the fourth industry, the smartphone using of various age groups increased, and the trend of the restaurant market due to COVID-19 changes to HMR, attracting attention from self-medication that provides customized food information to consumers. Basic data are needed to expand the customized healthy food of our consumers beyond the customized elderly to recommendations. Necessary to establish self-medication through a recommendation of consumer tailored healthy foods using basic data. Introduction purpose. This study aims to identify the healthy and food orientation through self-medication keywords, which are consumer-tailored healthy food recommendations. Provide basic data for the introduction of consumer-tailored systems using self-medication in the future. Second, proposed methods. In this study that identified the importance of self-medication keywords through keyword frequency after extracting them through taxon-based keyword analysis. Text mining analysis is used to find keywords about self-medication, health, and food through the taxon. Data on SNS including the words self-medication, food, health were collected and refined from Daum, Naver, Google, Baidu, YouTube, and Twitter. Third, research analyze keyword association and frequency. Next, Figure 1, top 60 most frequent words word cloud. Next, third, research network visualization analysis research for keywords. Figure 2, keyword network visualization. Next, Figure 3, Cluster. Third, research, concur analysis research for self-medication. Plus 1, plus 2, plus 3rd, plus 4th. Figure 4, concur analysis. Fourth, conclusion. This study sought to see the impact relation between self-medication, food, and health. Through the taxon, the relationship between self-medication, food, and health are grasped. Based on the taxon analysis, we can see that health and food, the keywords of self-medication, are influencing each other. In future studies, it is necessary to introduce a customized food recommendation system for consumers considering their health. Thank you.
I'm Jung-Suk Lim from Gwangwon University Graduate School of Smart Convergence. What I'm going to talk about today is the effect of retirees' awareness of the founding value of eating out. Here's the list for today's announcement. This study was conducted to identify the factors of entrepreneurship, the personal characteristics of senior interim learners in a rapidly changing startup environment, and the impact of startup capabilities and environmental factors on startup intentions and early startup behavior. We conducted bootstrapping to verify the relationship between startup ability and quality of life based on the value of retired eating out startups and PRS-MGA to verify whether startup validity has a immediate effect in the relationship between restaurant value and quality of life. As a result of the basic hypothesis test, social and economic influence among restaurant startup value recognition has a significant effect on startup effectiveness, and social and psychological influence have a significant effect on quality of life. As a result of analyzing the intermediate effect of the effectiveness of the startup between the value recognition, restaurants, and the quality of life, the intermediate effect was not significant. The questionnaire was targeted at prospective retired living in Seoul and Gyeonggi province, and 120 effective samples were confirmed to be sufficient for PRS-SEM analysis. The typical characteristics of respondents are as follows. We perform the PLS algorithm using the Smart PLS 3.0 program as an evaluation method to ensure the reliability and validity of the scale. As a result of the analyzing the mediating effect of startup effectiveness between recognition of the value of eating out startup and quality of life, it was found that the mediating effect was insignificant. Social and psychological factors directly affect the quality of life, and startup effectiveness and economic factors do not affect it. This is to verify whether the occupational type before retirement has a moderating effect, and the result of the analysis showed that all the moderating effects were insignificant. As a result of verifying whether the pre-retirement occupation of a prospective retired effective, the relationship between the validity of eating out startups, the effectiveness of startup, and the quality of life. It was analyzed that the higher the economic influence factor for the general office worker group, the higher the startup effectiveness. In the labor group, the higher the social influence factor, the higher the entrepreneurial effectiveness. Validity of startup business was also found to have a significant positive effect on the quality of life. As a result of the ranking test of the area for importance, when starting the restaurant, the cooking menu sector was ranked the highest, followed by employee management, accounting management, and service education. As a result of the analysis on the importance when starting a restaurant business, the management team with business startup expertise, proper distribution of preparation time of startup business, and operating field visit practice training program were relatively more important than satisfaction. As a result of the analysis on the importance, achievement level of consideration when starting a restaurant business, strengthening the attitude self of founders, procurement management of startup funds, methods to increase sales using commercial areas, selection of location, and manpower management were analyzed as the item that should be focused on improvement effort. The effectiveness of the startup according to the recognition of the value of eating out startup by prospective retire is an area that will be continuously studied by researchers in the future in line with social changes. Based on this, it can be used as a foundation for senior startups facing a new crisis by presenting detailed mechanism and specific application directions for concept affecting senior startup decision making. It's a reference. It is an image of various occupations such as office, labor, sales, service, and professional jobs. This is the image of a eating out startup that prospective retirees want. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
A study on how to operate or upgrade a mobile community currency system to revitalize the local economy, centering on community currency in Seoul and Gyeonggi metropolitan areas. This is the table of contents. This is the introduction. Small local businesses such as corner stores and traditional markets have been badly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and consumption drop. A community currency is a local currency that can be used for exchange within an online community as one of local currencies. It can be spent in a particular geography locality. Such currency is not a real tender which is widely exchanged on a daily basis, but a complementary currencies supplementing the national currency. Korean local municipalities see very serious economic gaps between and among regional communities. They acknowledge that each community is different in economy, social atmosphere, and culture. As local economies are suffering more from the COVID-19-led economic downturn, the community currency has attracted more attention, especially in local districts, not as well as the metropolitan areas. Community currencies can be effective not only to support small business, but also to help local economies more vibrant, thus bringing benefit to consumers in the community. Accordingly, the overall economy of the community is likely to be more lively and better. The critical goal of a community currency is to be a mutually beneficial relationship between local business owners and customers, thus fostering a vibrant local economy. Research method. The aim of this study was to determine how existing community currency at participating small business and self-employers in Seoul and metropolitan areas of Gyeonggi contributed to commercial revitalization by categories and suggesting a new or better approach to operate community currencies. As part of the methodology of prior research on the concept, type, and relevant theory related to community currencies and a case study on the use of mobile community currencies in Seoul and Gyeonggi were connected to see regional differences and characteristics. This study was also focused on suggesting future directions for a mobile connected currency, better measures than those of the current currency operation, and the best solution to revitalize local community and develop the economy. Local currency origin. And definitions of local currency. deploy local currency operation technology. Cost of local currency issuance in Korea. Problems with the operation of local currency. Local currency is expensive to issue and manage. It cannot be used in large discount stores. Online can only be used in local traditional markets and some franchise and is now shut by consumers as electric replacement. Most local currency is used as a reward for local government officials or as a use. It is inconvenient for merchants to not be able to use external purchases in local currency. Local government are subsidizing 10 of purchases to revitalize local currency purchases. But subsidies are easily leaked outside the region by using gift certificates instead of revitalizing the local economy. Local currency has difficulties in linking various additional subsidies and local currency. To do the difficult of collecting usage-related data, it is difficult to establish a data-based policy. And suggestions. Community currencies are issued to potentially help self-employed or small business owners who are pivotal to local economies. However, it is hard to say that they have been successful due to various social factors such as community breakups and skyrocketing unemployment. It is true that the future is not promising unless policy makers come on with breakthrough measures or dramatically change the system. Good news is that the development of IT technology may help build a better environment to use community currencies more actively, thus promoting the economy. Seoul and Gyeonggi government are currently pushing for a community currency system as one of the main policies. However, their success depends on whether the system is implemented by capturing people in the community. Recently, the Gyeonggi government has provided benefit for farmers and young people with a community currency. There was an economic effect. Local stores have benefited from the policy. As such, local currencies can be an effective tool to revitalize the economy. Nonetheless, the reason why the community currency has failed to be widely adopted is its inconvenience. Online community currencies circulate in the real economy as one of virtual currencies like Bitcoin. For more extended use, it is important to influence the online system. Too many people better understand about the currency and have an easier access to the system. Therefore, central and local government should invest more time, energy, and personnel in developing or maintaining the system. They also should integrate or reorganize the system so that users and business owners can mutually benefit and cooperate. At the same time, they need to standardize the online platform system, which should be stable for both public and private use, safe and secret and convenient. Community currencies can successfully settle down in a community and make the economy price press if the private sector leads the system. Operation under private, public, private, government, while the government gives and administrative help. So reference, I will finish the presentation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Soo-hyun Yoon from Gwangwon University. I'm going to present the paper which name is A Study on Semantic Network Analysis of COVID-19 Tourism Stress Keywords using Big Data. This is outlines. First, it is about instruction, which contains purpose and background. Second, it is about propose method, which contains frequency method and conquer analysis. Third, it is all about research. New infectious diseases such as SARS, Ebola, and MERS have been steadily increasing since the 1970s. And COVID-19, a new infectious disease that began in Wuhan, China in December 2019, has pushed the world into pandemic era. As a result, countries around the world took measures to enter the country for fear of the spread of COVID-19, which led to a decrease in the movement of tourists, leading to crisis in the tourism industry. Keywords such as Corona Blue, surge, and the frequency of depression increased the COVID-19 area to derive keyword and prepare travel-related platform measured in the post-coronavirus era. This study conducted the analysis of travel and stress due to COVID-19 using Textome, a big data analysis tool, and conducted semantic network analysis using Iiccc. We also classified keyword by conducting a conquer analysis to derive cluster of words with similarities. Infectious diseases such as COVID-19 affect various places. As such, stress exists anytime, anywhere, and people will not escape the desire to travel outside their daily life, even if there are various internal and external influences. The reason why domestic travel was satisfactory was that I can leave anytime, 32%. The highest percentage of respondents said among them the number of people traveling domestically to relieve psychological fatigue such as COVID-19. However, the stress from infectious disease varies and is needed on how to solve them. Most of these stress-related studies are job stress. In this study, various methods exist to determine the relationship between the main keyword, COVID-19, travel, and stress, but studies are needed to be looked for various aspects. In the case of COVID-19, the spread trend is not constant, and the travel industry is changing rapidly. For these studies, choosing a social media channel with fast sharing of the purpose of this study is to discover stress keywords associated with travel during COVID-19 and recommend ways to reduce psychological fatigue factor in the COVID-19 era. Accordingly, big data analysis was judged to be best to reflect the latest trend, and text mining was conducted through Textome, a big data analysis tool for social network analysis. Iiccc for a year from March 2020 to April 2021 will look for COVID-19 travel and stress related. The result of visualizing Concur analysis for cluster classification of core words related to coronavirus, travel, and stress are shown in Figure 5. Cluster 1 is classified as a stress-induced behavior, Cluster 2 as a travel impact, Cluster 3 as a tourism and travel-related issue, Cluster 4 as an ancient caused by Corona-19. There are 4 clusters which name is stress behavior, travel impact, travel issues, COVID-19 actions. There are more details in keyword stress, COVID-19, relief, travel abroad, social distancing, 2021 hotel, this year, travel, daily life, after all, situation, mind, time, method, thinking, recommendation, occurrence, family, plan, era, food, people, home, spread, experience, worry. Travel impact keyword is drive, safety, domestic, jeju, healing, untact, non-face-to-face. Travel issues keyword is new virus infection, domestic travel, solution, 중앙일보, journalist, infectious disease, situation, child, society, news, comfort cases, mask, impact, stay home, health. COVID-19 ancient keyword is flu, depression, ancient, prevention, overcoming, organ, vaccine, psychology, conformed. This study seeks to drive keywords from COVID-19 travel and stress-related document published on social media and explore keywords-related topics. As a result of grabbing 60 keywords with high TF-IDF values within COVID-19 travel and stress. The values were high in order of travel, resolution, infection, disease, flu, and resolution way. A Concur analysis was conducted to determine which subgroups the keywords were classified into, and the related keywords were classified into 4 clusters. Cluster 1 was named by the researcher for its behavior against stress. Cluster 2 for travel effort due to COVID-19. Cluster 3 for tourism and travel issues. Cluster 4 for ancient due to COVID-19. In this paper, COVID-19 and stress had a clear impact, and we find that while refraining from traveling, we seek travel as a solution to stress. As a result, we would like to build a travel platform that focuses on safety, untact, or quarantine in relation to a corona issue. Thank you for listening.
Hello, this is Guangmin Bun from Kwangwon University. This paper is all about effects of pharmaceutical salespeople's perception of the company's culture and reputation on core competence. This is outlines. First, it is all about introduction. Second, it is all about related works. Third, it is all about method. Fourth, it is all about analysis. At the end, it is about the result. Since the pharmaceutical industry is a precision chemical industry that produces products directly related to human life and health, developing and using excellent medicines is not only a problem directly related to people's health, but it also very important in terms of importance. As medical division has been carried out since 2000, and the global economy has become globalized, such as the WTO, Multilateral Trade Agreement, and FTA, Free Trade Agreement. Business activities have expanded to the world and established a global network-type production and sales system. In addition, the rights and interests of consumers are being prioritized over suppliers, and the competitiveness of product development and sales that reflect consumers' preferences is increasing. In particular, salespeople of pharmaceutical companies, which mainly target specialized drugs, do not directly target consumers, but because doctors and pharmacists are the main customers. Their core capabilities are important factors in maximizing sales of pharmaceutical companies. This study aims to understand how pharmaceutical companies' perceptions of culture and reputation affect salespeople, focusing on salespeople who deliver products to consumers. As salespeople may have different core competencies depending on the impact of their reputation and product quality by pharmaceutical companies. The company intends to identify their relationships and present their sales strategies and directions. Accordingly, the following research questions were selected. Companies must strengthen their core competitiveness in order to maintain their competitive advantage. Company culture is the nature of a company and has an inseparable relationship with the development of a company. According to Deal and Kennedy, company culture depends on the organization, business environment, value, hero, ritual and cultural network. Reputation has the dictionary meaning of the name that is widespread and reputable in the world. Reputation includes the public's perceptual, historical, and qualitative dimensions and elements of action for any individual or organization. Comprehensively, reputation means a widespread name for the quality and behavior of which the public perceives an individual or organization. The company culture is divided into organizational and individual competencies. Organizational competence distinguishes an organization's products and services from those of other competitors. It also refers to competitive advantages such as technology, systems, and culture that establish value from the customer's perspective. And their unique, independent, and ultimate capabilities are called core competencies. Individual competence means a collection of knowledge, skills, and attitudes assigned to each task. The survey composition of corporate culture used 10 decision-related questions in the study of Tak Soo-jung and uses a Likert 5-point scale. The degree of management and executive involvement. Reflection of the opinions of the practitioners, objections, listening to problems, distinguishing responsibilities, authority within the organization, reliability, meritocracy, authority and control. Therefore, in this work, the following hypotheses are established. H1. The company culture of a pharmaceutical company will have a positive effect on the core competencies of the salesperson. H2. The reputation of a pharmaceutical company will have a positive effect on the core competencies of the salesperson. In order to achieve the purpose of the study, it was targeted at sales positions engaged in domestic pharmaceutical companies and the resulting general characteristics, gender, age, number of years worked, position, were compared with third parties to conduct frequency analysis. The majority of survey distributed 150 sheets. of which 35 unfaithful questionnaires were removed from 140 pieces, and 115 pieces were finally analyzed. Of the total 115 people, 95.7% were men and 4.3% were women. Salespeople were almost male, with the highest age, 44.3%, in their 30s and 40s, 35.7%, followed by those in their 20s, 12.2%, and those in their 50s, 9%. The number of working years was the largest, with 41.7% under 5 to 10 years and 27% under 10 to 20 years. The positions were also seen as deputy director, 32.2%, manager, 28.7%, and chief assistant manager, 19.1%. The employee had a low distribution of 14.8%. The method of a factor analysis was by using orthogonal rotation and the Varimix rotation method in it. Questions with factor loading greater than 0.40 were adopted to increase validity in factor analysis, and questions loaded with other factors were removed. If the value of communality is less than 0.5, it is considered that the explanatory power is insufficient to explain each factor. In order to verify the validity of the company culture, 10 factors explaining it was analyzed and extracted from 2 factors and named as organizational culture and communication culture. Among the variables describing reputation, those with commonality were eliminated, and those that were not suitable were also eliminated. Finally, 3 factors were extracted and named. The overall model has a 63% explanatory power and has been shown to be suitable. A factor of core competence resulted in the elimination of 9 questions. The factor analysis shows 68.8% explanatory power as shown a significant model in Table 5. Reliability refers to the consistent degree between measured multivariate variables. This means the variance of measurements that occur when repeatedly measured for the same concept. As shown in Table 6, we find that the reliability of the study is desirable overall at 0.873. Correlation analysis is an understanding of the relationship between 2 variables, and more precisely, the 2 variables change co-vary, co-differ together. As shown in Table 7, each factor has a statistically significant positive correlation. As a result of regression analysis, only ethical management was validated with significant positive effects. And hypothesis 2 was partially adopted because the remaining social responsibilities and company images had no significant impact. As the pharmaceutical market grows, sales activities are also changing scientifically and more systematically. In this study, the purpose of the study was to understand the relationship between the core competence of salespeople in the pharmaceutical company's culture and reputation. First, the relationship between company culture and core competence influenced both communication culture and organizational culture. In this part, organizational culture was named as a more important factor than communication culture. Second, the analysis between reputation and core competence showed that only ethical management factors affected the core competencies, and social responsibility and company image did not significantly affect them. Based on these research results, one method was proposed for the management and it should be utilized for it. In addition, this paper conducted a survey focusing on sales representatives from companies where most respondents are more competitive than other pharmaceutical companies. Therefore, there is a limitation to expanding the scope of salespeople in future surveys. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Cherin Yu.
My affiliation is Gwangwon University Graduate School of Smart Convergence, Department of Tourism and Food Industry. My paper is a study on influencer food content sentiment keyword analysis using semantic network based on social network. Let me explain the table of contents. First, introduction. Second, related work. Third, research method. Fourth, research conclusion. And the last is conclusion. Next, the background of the study. First, the use of social media has increased due to the development of the fourth industry. And with the rise of the COVID-19 pandemic, most of people's lifestyles have changed to non-face-to-face. As a result, many changes have taken place in the food service sector as well. In the past, the food service sector showed a consumption pattern of mainly visiting restaurants, but now it has changed to non-face-to-face consumption pattern where food can be consumed using a delivery service without visiting in person. The number of consumers who wants to get information about the food and taste reviews has increased, and influencers who can satisfy these consumer needs have emerged. An influencer is a person who provides great influence in a variety of online environments. Also, with the advent of influencers, the demand and supply of food content has increased. This is limitations of existing research. This is the purpose of this paper. The first of related work is research trends related to unstructured big data related to food content. The second of related work is food content research trends in non-face-to-face service and social media. The last of related work is food content influencers and sentiment analysis research trends. This study was utilized Textom to collect social media posts related to food content, collect related keywords posts on Naver blog and YouTube. The keyword I select are food, influencers, and corona. Searching documents related to COVID-19 food content and influencers for 1 year from April 2020 to April 2021. Until now, corona, food content, influencers, and a total of 3,000 related documents appeared. Cluster 1 is food content, Cluster 2 is health related to COVID-19, Cluster 3 is food-related social media, Cluster 4 is food-related influencers. This is the conclusion of this paper. This paper seeks to derive keywords from documents related to COVID-19, food content, and influencers posted on social media and analyze keywords to be applied to recommended applications through semantic network analysis. By analyzing the keywords uploaded by food content influencers, we collected the data underlying the food recommendation platform. There are many food recommendation platforms, but it is meaningful to subdivide keywords applied to systems within the platform and to code more accurate platform data. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sewan John. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about a study on the analysis of museum gamification keywords using social media big data. My presentation is divided into 4 sections. I will start with section 1 about instruction, section 2 about research methods, section 3 about research results, and the last one is about conclusion. The list museums were collection spaces where artifacts were preserved and exhibited. However, as time passes, museums are playing a role as a space for research and education and the social education institution. In addition, it is a good place to conduct educational programs together to attract a wide understanding and interest in our cultural heritage. When looking at the museum educational program applying gamification, the contents relate to the result of the process, such as fun, immersion, and satisfaction are the main. Based on this, museums need to plan programs and devices that enable fun experiences and various activities in the form of inducing interest and encouraging viewing, cultivating imagination and creativity, while inducing interest and fun. The influence between the museum gamification and the visitor and the strategic direction of the museum using gamification are derived. It also aims to present basic data so that the museum market can be expanded by using gamification and to develop it into a museum gamification system. The purpose is to provide basic data for the introduction of a museum system using gamification in the future by grasping the relationship between museums and gamification keywords. The collection channels are web document, blogs, news cafes, intellectuals, academic information, and news provided by Google, Facebook, web document, Baidu, YouTube, and Twitter were analyzed. As keywords for data collection, museum, gamification, and visitor were used. The collection period used for data analysis was selected as 1 year, from April 16, 2020 to April 16, 2021. The analysis tools used to analyze the data are Iiccc, Social Network Analysis Program, and Netro, which represent data visualization. So, in order to simplify the network with only nodes that play an important role in the entire network, we focused on the top 15 keywords. This paper intends to analyze the semantic connection between words extracted through big data analysis of words collected using text mining techniques. Words not related to museums were deleted and refined from the collected data. The degree of relationship was quantified by identifying the connection structure between words using Iiccc and analyzing the centrality of the degree of connection. For visualization, network of Iiccc was used, and the relationship between words was clearly expressed to visualize the network between words related to the museum. In addition, concurrent analysis was performed to drive clusters formed by words with similarity. This paper utilized custom programs for unstructured text appearing on blogs, news, cafes, web documents, and knowledge and on portal site. The collected keywords are extracted, and the importance was grasped through the frequency of the keywords. Next, network analysis, visualization, and concurrent analysis were performed via the network function of Business program in order to see the frequency of use of words related to museum gamification and visitor and the network of words. Table 1 presents keywords related to museum gamification and visitor for 1 year from April 2020 to April 2021. The keywords with the highest TF value were museum, visitor, games, young national museum, and gamification ranked in the top 5. The keywords with the highest TF idea value appeared in the order of museum, game, visitor, exhibition, and gamification. Based on Table 1, the results of visualizing the major keywords with high frequency in the word cloud are shown in Figure 1. Figure 2 shows the analysis result of visualizing the network based on the centrality of the degree of connection in order to derive the relationship between the parent and the degree of connection within the network. The cluster in Figure 3 was formed into 8 small clusters and was classified into 4 large clusters. As a result of concurrent analysis on museum gamification, a total of 4 groups were formed: museum, gamification, visiting, and education, as shown in Figure 4. Cluster 1 was classified into museum-related content. Cluster 2 was classified as visiting-related content. Cluster 3 was classified as gamification-related content. And Cluster 4 was classified as education-related content. Through the taxon, the relationship between museum gamification and visitor were grasped. It can be seen that museum gamification and visitor are related each other based on the results of taxon analysis. In addition, it was concluded that the introduction of museum education using gamification, which can lead to changes in museums, is effective in terms of visitor immersion. The purpose should be to induce visitors to watch not only through educational achievement through gamification, but also through changes in the method of appreciation and means of appreciation, and to enticing interest and fun in the museum. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Hello, I'm Min-gu Kim, the main author of this paper, who will present a research paper on the Wellist Tourism Matching Platform System to you. The presentation will be conducted in the order of introduction, theoretical background, system design structure, and conclusion, and the contents may not be smooth due to insufficient presentation ability, so please understand generously. Improving health and quality of life is emerging as the biggest concern for modern people exposed to repetitive daily life and heavy work stress. In addition, the paradigm of tourism activities in the 21st century is changing from static tourism to dynamic experiential tourism. Tourism has an inherent value of improving the quality of life through the act of leaving the settlement. Therefore, there is a growing tendency to consider health in terms of tourism consumption. Meanwhile, according to the 2018 economic report of the Global Wellness Institute, a non-profit organization, The economic value of wellness tourism in the global market was estimated to be $639.4 billion in 2017, growing at a CAGR of 6.5% from 2015 to 2017 and is expected to grow at a CAGR of 7.5% until 2022. This is twice the growth rate of the general tourism industry. In addition, it is estimated that tourists who go on wellness tourism are spending an additional 53% of the amount consumed by ordinary tourists. You can also see that domestic tourists spend an additional 178%. As can be inferred from the picture you see, by region, Europe has the largest number of wellness tourism activities. North America is the largest wellness-related spending region, and Asia is the fastest growing region with an average annual growth rate of 13%. As such, foreign people's demand for wellness tourism is steadily increasing on an Asia-Pacific basis. In addition, it can be interpreted that the economic impact of wellness tourism is gradually increasing. In contrast, research on wellness tourism in Korea is still in its infancy, while academic research related to domestic medical tourism has been steadily progressing so far. Research on wellness tourism is mainly focused on research on some specific industrial sector belonging to wellness tourism, such as field tourism, forest tourism, and research on ways to promote wellness tourism. Basic and detailed research on the specific industrial sector of wellness tourism is not being actively conducted. Since the issue of the fourth industrial revolution began to draw attention in recent years, contents in comforting IT have also been actively developed in the tourism industry, with the characteristics of breaking down the concept of space and time. IT has great potential to address tourist demand. Therefore, in this paper, referring to PaaS of cloud computing, that is platform as service, we propose a platform system that provides and matches wellness tourist destination information to tourists who want wellness tourism. Let's take a look at the theoretical background. Wellness is a combination of well-being, happiness, and fitness, which means a series of active efforts to ensure that individuals reach optimal health condition. The concept of wellness is not a concept that has a narrow meaning limited to simply physical health, but a broader concept that can comprehensively cover all areas of a healthy life. Wellness tourism refers to the activities of leaving the settlement for the purpose of maintaining and promoting health by transferring the concept of wellness to the realm of the tourism industry. However, since 2010, the concept of wellness tourism has been used worldwide in the tourism sector, but it has not been fully established so far. In Korea, it is also used in various terms, including the concept of medical tourism, not just for the health prevention and promotion purpose. Wellness tourism can refer to all activities related to leaving a settlement and staying at a destination for the purpose of health promotion and disease prevention, and ultimately can be defined as tourism activities that strive to improve one's quality of life. In 1999, Ross and Ferguson of the United States developed a new job matching algorithm for domestic physicians called job clearing. Job clearing is an algorithm that displays users' preferences on the web and matches information with high preferences with each other. Various services using the matching system are provided online. Group study matching service for people to achieve the same purpose. A book matching service that identifies users' reading tendencies and recommends and matches appropriate books. And a couple matching service that recommends and matches the person's preferences to men and women who want a new relationship. As such, various forms of development are being carried out. There are three main types of cloud service: infrastructure as a service (IaaS), software as a service (SaaS), and platform as a service (PaaS). The Value Tourism Matching Platform proposed in this paper refers to PaaS among the above cloud service types. Among the types of cloud service, PaaS can be said to be a service that supports the application operating platform and various types of solution, reduce the complexity of building information system, prevent overload, and support the resources needed to develop application. In other words, since PaaS supports the application execution environment and development environment of enterprise or institution, enterprise and institution can benefit from the time or manpower they spend on developing their own applications. The Value Tourism Matching Platform system design in this study can be divided into two main subjects: the tourist who wishes to do value tourism and the value tourist destination which serves as a supply or value tourism. The tourist management system manages membership registration and member information and supports the search function for tourist attraction. The value tourist information management system collects and keeps information about various thema tourist attraction. Finally, various tourism matching management provides and matches tourist information corresponding to the search condition of tourists. Next is the Wellness Tourism Matching Platform System flowchart. Wellness tourists can receive information about wellness tourist attraction from the matching system. Here, tourist information includes location information, price information, and thema information of wellness tourist destination. Also, tourists can set their own search conditions. You can reach tourist information according to the search conditions you have set, and you can choose the tourist destination you want from the information you have received. Price and location information of various tourist attractions are collected through various channels at various tourist attractions. The collected tourist information is stored as data and, if necessary, the tourist information is transmitted to the matching management system. The Valid Tourist Matching Management System provides and matches valid tourism information data sent to valid tourists who meet the conditions. At a time when interest in valid tourism among modern people exposed to excessive work and stress is increasing day by day, research on wellness tourism in Korea is still in its infancy. In addition, the demand for wellness tourism has not been fully met. In this paper, we design a matching platform system between wellness tourists who want wellness tourism and wellness tourist destinations that are targeted for tourism. Through a series of processes, wellness tourists can satisfy their desire for wellness tourism, and the fact that it is easy to share information about wellness tourist destination can also be counted as a positive aspect. However, the limitation of this paper is that it is difficult to collect information on a wide range of wellness tourist attraction because the concept of wellness tourism has not yet been established and is mixed. It was Mingu Kim who presented a research thesis on the wellness tourism matching platform system. Thank you for listening.
Hello everyone, I'm Yeonju Ha and I'm in Department of Tourism and Food Industry, Graduate School of Smart Convergence, Kwangwon University. The paper I will present is Development of a Tourism Course in Seosan using Social Media Big Data. Big data has recently been used in various industries such as tourism, medical care, distribution, and marketing. And it is evolving to the stage of collecting real-time information or analyzing correlations and predicting the future. Big data is actively used in the tourism industry, and it is used for efficient marketing strategies by identifying the size and shape of the tourism market and building a database based on large capacity cloud computing. According to appear tourism-related products based on the social media environment that use the purpose, motivation, travel route, taste as information, and also invigorate the tourism industry to link with tourism sales. This paper has begun with anticipation of the effects that would occur when big data is actively used in the tourism field. The purpose of this paper is to develop tourism courses by collecting and analyzing tourism keyword mentions and sentiment index data on social media, which are indicators that reflect tourists' interest, preference, and satisfaction. In addition, it will be used as basic data necessary for the development of tourism courses in new areas in the future. This paper intends to research and present a method that can utilize big data in the tourism field. Because the method of use must have applicability and practicality, the spatial scope will be limited to Seosan, Chungcheongnam-do, and research will be conducted. In addition, this paper intends to use social media mention data and sentiment index data as big data. This is because social media is the system most closely related to the lives of modern people, and the activities displayed by users in social media reflect the user's interest, preference, and satisfaction. The data collection period will be set for 1 year from April 1st, 2020 to April 1st, 2021. This paper will collect and analyze data recorded through social media such as Neighbor's Blog and Cafe, Dam's Blog and Cafe, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Data collection will use the text-tone program. The specific research procedure is as follows. First, a list of tourist spots in Seosan, Chungcheongnam-do is organized. Second, use the text-tone program to collect and analyze the number of mentioned data and sentiment index data of keywords appearing in social media. As a result of the analysis, a course is developed based on the distance and association tourist spots that appear at the top. As a result of analyzing the mention frequency by tourist spots, the following results were found. 가야산, 황금산, 해미읍성, 팔봉산, 부석사, 개심사, 웅도, and 간월도 appeared at the top of the result. This graph is the result of analyzing the sentiment index for each tourist spot. 가야산 and 부석사 had a high index of positive words such as natural and artistic, and negative words such as messy and feeble. 해미읍성 had a high index of positive words such as enjoyable and negative words such as boring and hesitate. The following courses were developed based on keyword mention data and sentiment index data. Course 1 visits 간월도, 관어람, 서산 Birdland, and Bitter Village. Course 2 visits 간월도, 관어람, 도비산, 부석사, and 삼길포항. Course 3 is Nature Dam. It visits Jungang Lake Park, Yongyeon Natural Recreation Forest, Bitter Village, and 서산 Birdland. Course 4 is a History Theme. It visits House of Yugibang, 서산 Lockhart Buddha Triad, 보원사, 개심사, and 해미읍성. Course 5 is a 1 night 2 days course. On the first day, tourists visit 서산 Lockhart Buddha Triad, 보원사, 가야산, and 해미읍성. And on the second day, they visit 간월도, 간어람, 도비산, 부석사, and 서산 동부 Market. Course 6 is a 1 night 2 days course for Buddhists. It visits Juksa, 부석사, 개심사, and 문수사. Tourists have a temple stay at 부석사. Classifying tourist attractions based on distance and association would provide tourists with a wide range of options. Furthermore, the data on the number of mentions analyzed in this paper reflects the preference and frequency of visits shown by a large number of tourists. So the result will be efficient and realistic development of tourism courses. By developing tourism courses, it will be possible to attract more tourism, which will revitalize the local economy. In addition, it could be used as a basic resource for the development of tourism courses in new areas in the future. That brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Jino Lee, Department of Tourism and Food Industry, Graduate School of Smart Convergence, Kwang University. Title is A Study on the Customized Service Platform for Medical Tourism, focused on clinic. Outlines. First, introduction to proposed methods. Third, research. Fourth, conclusion. First, introduction background. Medical tourism is a new form of tourism that combines medical services with tourism activities, such as recreation, leisure, and cultural activities. Nowadays, medical tourism is emphasizing the combination of medical and tourism. Korea medical system and clinic have excellent medical equipment and infrastructure necessary to provide customized information to the clinics that consumers want to match each other's services. This study aimed to consumers with simple procedures and cosmetic purpose, especially at small hospitals. In this paper, we propose a customized service platform that matches users thinking clinics and also medical tourism. Second, proposed methods. Medical tourists can divide decision-making before arrival, after arrival, and after arrival. Before entering the country, a small-scale hospital is selected by checking which city fits the consumer well in Korea, and a counseling stage and medical plan are established for the desired small-scale hospital. After entering the country, interpretation and pickup services will be provided to help consumers receive medical treatment smoothly at small hospitals. And customized tours will be conducted when treatment is completed. After leaving the country, the hospital is consulted online through follow-up management, and the foundation for communication between consumers and hospitals is established. Third, research medical matching platform system. Figure 1. Medical matching platform system. Next, user interface. Figure 2. User interface. Finally, clinic interface. Figure 3. Clinic interface. Fourth, conclusion. In this study, it can be analyzed medical tourism services and provide customized services to users based on clinic. To provide customized services to users, it can be designed and implement each interface separated by consumer and clinic tasks. The medical tourism platform offers a platform as a way to develop a platform that allows consumers to find a customized hospital for themselves and easily obtain hospital information. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Youngsun Guan and I belong to the Iiccc Institute for Lifelong Learning. First of all, I would like to thank the Society for giving me the opportunity to present this insufficient thesis. From now on, I will give a presentation on the topic of educational service quality, satisfaction, and demand survey of lifelong education institution. The presentation will proceed in the following order. An overview of the research, the scope and method of the research, the current status of lifelong education institutions, a review of previous studies, and conclusions and expected effects. First, the background and the purpose of this study are as follows. Interest in lifelong education has increased as the average lifespan of a human being has increased and has become a necessary condition, not an option, for the survival of modern people. As a result, each city is trying to improve the satisfaction of learners through the quality of education services to meet the demand for lifelong education of adult learners and specialized institutions in charge of lifelong education for citizens. In particular, in 2016, the Lifelong Education Act was amended to provide the basis for lifelong education for the disabled. In addition, this year, a law was passed to issue lifelong education vouchers to all citizens and to grant the authority to issue lifelong education vouchers to local governments, thereby laying the institutional foundation for the use of lifelong education vouchers. Lifelong education institutions are expected to rapidly increase the demand and use of various adult learners. Accordingly, lifelong education institutions need to improve the quality of education services to meet the diverse needs and satisfaction of learners. Therefore, this study aims to derive factors that can improve the satisfaction of other learners by analyzing the educational service quality of lifelong education institutions. To this end, this study will study the literature on the quality of lifelong education institutions and lifelong education services, and conduct an educational service quality satisfaction survey on adult learners using lifelong educational institutions nationwide. In this study, a total of 22 variables were selected based on the subcore model and grouped into 5 factors, including tangibility, reliability, responsiveness, certainty, and empathy. Statistical processing is analyzed by IPA technique using SPSS Win 25.0 package. IPA analysis is an evaluation technique that simultaneously compares and analyzes the importance and satisfaction of services perceived by consumer. Using a matrix, the IPA analysis is divided into 4 areas: the good work area, concentrate here area, low priority area, and possible overkill area. The demand analysis for educational service quality of lifelong education institutions will show importance and satisfaction in each of the 4 areas. The following is the current status of lifelong education institutions and learners. According to the 2020 survey by the Ministry of Education, there are 4,541 lifelong education institutions in Korea. The number of lifelong education institutions increased by 246 compared to 2019. And it was found that 4 out of 10 adult learners aged 25 to 79 participate in lifelong learning. These findings show that learners' desire for lifelong learning is increasing at a time when the lifelong education market is expanding and lifelong learning is emphasized. Next, let's look at the preceding study. Lifelong education institutions are facilities established for the main purpose of lifelong education and are educational institutions that can supplement academic background or acquire knowledge except for the regular school curriculum. Therefore, adults who are past the school age usually use it to develop their potential and realize themselves. Lifelong education institutions play an important role in providing adult learners with learning opportunity, promoting participation, and sharing educational experience and knowledge content through the provision of various programs. Next, let's take a look at the preceding studies on educational service quality. Education service quality is the learner's overall judgment or attitude toward education service, and is the service quality conscious of the learner. The education program consists of a main service element and other additional service elements. Educational programs, which are main service elements, are provided directly to learners, and facilities and systems, which are additional service elements, provide learners with another experience and support role. The following is the conclusion and expected effect of this study. Currently, there is a difference between adult learners' desire for lifelong education and educational services provided by lifelong education institutions. Therefore, we need to discover various educational programs and benchmark advanced lifelong education. And we need a system building an education program that responds to the non-face-to-face era. So far, there has been very little research on the quality and demands of education services for adult learners of lifelong education institutions. Therefore, this study can bring the following expected effects. First, lifelong education institutions can serve the lack of differentiation due to overlapping program operation by conducting a survey on the educational service quality needs of adult learners. Second, it will contribute to the development of new educational programs through analysis. Third, it will be possible to provide customized educational services to various adult learners. Fourth, this study will present the future direction and vision of lifelong education institutions. So far, lifelong education institutions have announced their satisfaction with the quality of educational services for adult learners. Thank you for your attention. This concludes the presentation.
Hello everyone. Before the presentation, I'm very honored to present my study in front of you. My name is Ho-Gyu Lee. I'm research professor at Korea University. Thank you for this precious opportunity. Today, my presentation topic is a study on the contribution of R&D investment to national GDP. As knowledge stock is driver of continuous national development, investment in R&D is one of the paramount elements of economic growth, reflects expansion of market, trading, and so on. In most cases, however, existing studies have several limitations such as cross-sector data, small number of countries, short-term performance of R&D investment. This paper seeks to begin addressing these issues by attempting to conduct an analysis that helps journalists pragmatic outcomes of R&D expenditure of economic growth. Toward this end, 65 nations were set as the unit of analysis, and data spanning at least 15 years were used. Moreover, performance R&D of investment is analyzed with time lags because the dissemination of new knowledge and technology resulting from R&D takes time. This study performed an empirical analysis to identify relationship between R&D expenditure. This study performed an empirical analysis to identify relationship between R&D expenditure and economic growth. An economic model was established with R&D investment by country as the independent variable and GDP per 100% as the dependent variable. For control variables, foreign direct investment, researchers in R&D, and technicians in R&D were used. To estimate an empirical model for testing the hypothesis, national level samples were collected. To estimate an empirical model for testing the hypothesis, national level samples were collected. The basic hypothesis of this study is that country I that makes an investment in R&D at year Tk will see the resulting effects on economic growth at year T with K being up to these years. It takes over 1 year to develop, implement, assess, and improve policies. To assess economic performance, long-term performance, including spillovers, should be considered instead of short-term performance. The unit of analysis was 65 countries, and the World Development Indicator was used. Panel data analysis was used. To conduct the panel analysis, the fixed effect model and random effect model used. FEM controls for sample characteristic by country and year, while REM used randomly selected samples from the populations. After empirical testing, the Hausmann test was conducted to probe the finest model and present the result. The result of the panel regression analysis listed in the table below are present under the two models. R&D investment has a positive but delayed impact on economic growth. The relationship between independent variable and dependent variable was examined. The relationship between RDI, independent variable, and EG, dependent variable, was examined. RDI T-1 showed to have a formative effect on EG with a significance level of 0.1%. In addition, RDI T-3 showed to have a formative effect on EG with a significance level of 5%. This research also explored the correlation between the control variables and dependent variables. RIR was found to have a positive effect on EG at a significance level of 0.1%, suggesting that researchers contribute to economic growth. On the other hand, TIR exerted negative impact on EG at a significance level of 0.1%, implying that technicians reduce economic growth. Moreover, no statistically significant relationship between FORD and EG was found. That is, it can be said that there is no statistical association between foreign direct investment and economic growth, which is counterintuitive. That is, it can be said that there is no statistical association between foreign direct investment and economic growth, which is counterintuitive. According to the result analysis, it can be concluded that the effect of technicians and foreign investment on economic growth take a longer time to manifest, requiring the analysis to be done with sufficient time lag instead of over the short term. This research focused on identifying any relationship between investment in R&D and economic growth. It is hoped that subsequent studies will conduct further analysis on the relationship between the control variable and dependent variables based on the time lags. This research empirically proved that investment in R&D has a direct effect on economic growth. In addition, a formative correlation between R&D expenditure and economic growth was extended over both short and long-term periods. For the imperial analysis, data of 65 countries, rather than a specific region or single countries, were used. Thus, the finding of this research in Magnifica in R&D investment was examined at the global level. That is all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
In this paper about the harmony rejected bandpass filter using frequency selected coupled structure, my name is Tae-Sun Yoon in Honam University. This slide shows the basic schematic of the dual mode resonator. Generally, the dual mode resonator can be made using addition stop at the middle point of the half wave resonator. Left side is the dual mode resonator using the open stop, and the right side shows case of using the short stop. If the open stop has a long electrical length, then the color wavelength Another resonant frequency is located lower position than the center frequency. In case of using shortstop, we can get same performance. In this case, it's difficult of design and fabrication because the wire hole. However, we can design with small size of bandpass filter. Generally, in order to improve the Scott characteristic, the order of a bandpass filter has to be extended. In the figure, we can verify by the 3-stage and 5-stage bandpass filter. 3-stage and 5-stage. Switched to second-stage bandpass filter using dual-mode resonator has the Scott characteristic almost the same with the 5-stage bandpass filter. This is, we can reduce the size of bandpass filter using the dual-mode resonator. This slide shows the simulated results of suggested 2-stage bandpass filter. Bandpass filter is simulated on the Teflon substrate with a direct constant of 2.55. Simulated bandpass filter has the insertion loss and return loss of the 0.83 dB and 26 dB respectively at the 2.45 GHz. Microwave device using half wavelength or quarter wavelength has the periodic harmonic response. So many methods of harmonic ejection have been researched. One of the methods is using the band stop filter using FSCS. The left figure is a basic schematic of the FSCS. The ejection frequency of the FSCS can be found using the even mode and odd mode analysis, like as right figure. This is even mode and this is odd mode. From the figure, we can calculate the impedance of even mode and odd mode. Also, by the impedance, we can find the 3 ejected frequency from this equation and this point and this point, this equation from and this point. Now, 2-stage bandpass filter using dual-mode resonator is added FSCS for harmonic ejection, like as the figure. For small size, the dual-mode resonator is designed using by shortstop, and input and output inverter are realized by the tapped line geometry. This slide shows the simulation results of the suggested bandpass filter. Simulated suggested bandpass filter has the insertion loss and return loss of the 0.86 dB and 23 dB respectively at the 2.45 GHz. Also, harmonics are suppressed on the 20 dB until 0.1 GHz. This is about 6th harmonic. In this paper, the second-order bandpass filter using dual-mode resonator is suggested. Second-order bandpass filter using dual-mode resonator is designed with a small size by using shortstop and has the good cut characteristic. Also, by addition, the FSCS suggested filter has the characteristic of harmonic ejection on the 20 dB until 15.1 GHz. Suggested bandpass filter can be applied various microsystems because the small size, good score characteristics, and the harmonic ejection. Thank you. Thank you for attention.
Hello, I'm Kim In-sun, a master's degree at Gwangwon University's Graduate School of Smart Convergence. I present augmented reality service using object detection in mobile web environment. Content of this presentation is like from slide. First, I will talk about the background of writing this paper, and I'm going to talk about the flowchart of the system that we proposed in this paper and the system that we actually applied it. Finally, I'll summarize this paper and present some of the future challenges.
With the recent development of convergence for industrial technology and mobile devices, related technology research and service using them are gradually developing. Augmented reality technology, one of the digital media technologies, can maximize the experience of visual and auditory information with the interaction of 3D virtual images with the real world. Also, by combining image recognitions using deep learning and augmented reality, information can be delivered more conveniently and reliably to users. With the commercialization of 5G, augmented reality technology is expected to be used in more fields. The service system proposed in this paper used object detection using deep learning to detect a specific object on the screen that the user sees, and then provide a service that shows AR content corresponding to the detected object. The proposed system is expected to be applied to various business areas as it can easily provide service using consumers' smartphone cameras. This figure is a flowchart of augmented reality service using object detection in the mobile web environment proposed in this paper. When a user accesses a web page that provides service, it sends an image to the server through the WebSocket to run object detection. The server inputs the received image into the yellow Wi-Fi predictor. The class and bounding box predicted using the pre-trained model are sent to the client. A class is used to determine AR content, and a bounding box is used to calculate the anchor to float AR. AR services are provided to users using this. The figure illustrates an example of the real implementation of the service in this paper. In A, the system sends the images to the server through a smartphone camera when the user connects to a web page that provides service. Images sent to the server pass the coordinate of the bounding box and the class TV monitor, detect through the yellow Wi-Fi detection layer to the user. If user click the Start AR button in B to access the immersive AR session, the user will receive AR service in C. We use the 3JS library for 3D rendering for AR in a web environment and implement it using the WebXR device API to provide realistic AR through viewer tracking. In this paper, we propose a service to calculate class and bounding box using object detection in mobile web environment and provides AR context using it. The proposed system provides service in the web environment, making it easier for users to access and easier for service providers to maintain and repair systems. In addition, deep learning prediction operations are performed on the server, so the client is less burdensome. Subsequently, through the deep learning neural network, which allows post-estimation, augmented reality service calculated up to anchor and direction can be provided at a more accurate location.
Hello, and thank you for joining this presentation.
Today we'll be talking about our research paper, Social Navigation Strategy Under Social Distancing Conditions, presented by me, Sholta Vulcan, and my partner Blake Williams. So, just a brief introduction. Robots are becoming more and more common in society. Not only this, but we're also starting to see them in our everyday lives. And robots are starting to take on social roles. So this would include old people carers as well as guide robots. Fundamentally, if robots are supposed to undertake social roles, then they must be able to achieve these successfully. What we want to do is turn Silbot 3, the robot on the top right, into a socially aware guide robot. Ultimately, there are two main elements to social awareness. This is social interaction and social navigation. For the sake of our project, we will simply be focusing on social navigation. So, what is social navigation? Well, social navigation is many things, but primarily it is respecting people's distances. This means that when the robot is moving, it is not getting too close to people as to make them uncomfortable. It is also respecting social interactions and not interrupting them. So if you imagine two people are talking, the robot does not try and move between the two, as it would interrupt their conversation. It is also the ability to handle multiple people at once. This is because in social situations, there are very rarely just one or two people, and what the robot has to be able to do is identify their social needs and maximize their comfort, finding a balance between everybody. And so this brings us to our key question: how can a robot navigation system best incorporate social navigation? This brings us to our research. Across all the papers that we looked at, Hall's theory of proxemics came up over and over again. This is based on Hall's theory that human social interactions are broken down into 4 zones. This is the intimate zone, the personal zone, the social zone, and the public zone. Each of these zones correspond to a particular distance away from the person and have particular interactions that will take place here. So for example, the intimate zone is the most personal space to a person. So very few interactions take place here. The next is the personal zone. This is reserved for close friends, as well as a distance that you might maintain a conversation at. The next is the social zone. This is the zone in which you may engage and initiate an interaction, as well as the distance that people often keep when interacting with strangers. And finally, the public zone. This is 3 to 4 meters away from a person, and at that point they no longer consider what goes on there a social interaction. However, importantly, each zone brings an increasing level of discomfort when the wrong action occurs. This means that it's important to ensure that a robot is far enough away from the person and in the correct zone. In our research, we found many proposed and many existing models. All of these models shared similar pros and cons and similar characteristics. The main pro was that all of them understood that the further away that you get from a person, the more comfortable they are. And as such, it is reflected in the model on the right, where you can clearly see that the further away you get from the person, the lower the weighting is. What this means is that it will prevent the robot from getting too close to a person. However, the cons is that none of them followed Hall's model of proxemics. This means that they didn't reflect social zones. The distances they used as well did not reflect any experimental data. Hall's model shows that the public zone is about 3 to 4 meters away from a person. However, you can see that the weightings taper off at about 1.5 meters, which is considerably smaller. Also, none of the papers proposed a navigational system or any way to navigate across their dynamic social models. And finally, there were no mentions of interactions and where interactions should take place. Now that we had concluded our research, it was time to begin to formulate our own model. You can see the first version of this on the left. There are some obvious improvements compared to some of the models that we looked at before and in our research. The first is that it's clearly based on Hall's model. You can clearly see Hall's social zones displayed in the model there, with the public zone, the social zone, the intimate zone, and the personal zone. Next, it also understands that these zones have a categorical difference. What this means is that there is a different weighting for each zone, as the intimate zone would have a much higher weighting compared to the public zone, where there's no weighting at all. However, there's an overarching limitation, which is that we believe that weightings would change across one zone. So we address that in our next expansion of the model. You can see this here on the left and in the diagram on the bottom left, where although that there are clear still distinctions between zones, within a zone there is a slight increase as you go along. What this means is that the robot will prioritize the edge of a zone when pathing. However, the greatest weight change is still between zones, so it is very difficult. So it is not a light decision to move between them. Finally, this was most important as for the intimate zone, it is obvious that 45 centimeters, which is the edge of the zone, is much more comfortable for a person than the robot being simply 5 centimeters away from them, where it would likely be touching. Now that we had successfully modeled a single person, we had to move on to modeling multiple people. So the simple thing is that most people are often in groups in a social zone, or social interaction, sorry. And as such, normal social zones do not apply. So we had to create a new zone called the conversation zone. You can see on the left, on the top left, that the robot may produce a path going between the two people despite the fact that they're having a conversation. So by creating a polygon which represents the conversation zone, the robot will now go around them as it will respect the conversation zone area. As you can see, this formulation is also able to handle more than 2 people, with it easily forming a polygon for a conversation area of 4 people. Now that we had finished developing our model, it was time to move on to finding a pathfinding algorithm. The first pathfinding algorithm we looked at was Dijkstra's, however it proved to be too slow. The larger the rooms got, the operation time got larger and larger to the point where it was unfeasible, and it wouldn't work during the robot's runtime. The next best path algorithm we looked at was A star. A star proved to be much faster than Dijkstra's and was able to handle larger resolutions, meaning it was able to handle larger rooms. It was also less processing intensive, meaning that it was more effective to run on the robot. The only problem is that, as you can see in the diagram, A star only uses open and closed designations. However, our weighting needs more intricacy than that, as each tile is not the same. Each tile has a separate weighting. The solution to this was modifying A star with our own algorithm. As you can see on the left is that the main element to A star is the heuristic. However, what we had to do was change it so G had a weight element, but we still include the heuristic for speed's sake. So although ours is primarily based on the weighting generated by our model, the heuristic increases the performance time, however is modified by a scale factor so that it doesn't override the weighting now. The best way to implement our algorithm on the robot was through MoveBase. MoveBase is one of the easiest ways to implement robot navigation on a ROS system, as it provides all the heavy lifting for the navigation. You simply have to provide the target coordinates and it is able to handle everything else. MoveBase provides lots of ways to customize the robot navigation system while still using the overriding system. And so what we have to do is provide our own global planner and global cost map. Our proposed global planner is called Social Planner. So the global cost map is effectively our model and the terrain weightings generated by it, and the global planner is the implementation of our algorithm. However, it needs a few modifications where it needs to override these 3 functions: initialize, footprint cost, and make plan. What this means is that we can continue to use MoveBase, however, we have our own custom social planner within it, allowing the robot to navigate as effectively as it did before with our own desired social navigation.
Hi, my name is Blake Williams. As Sholto previously mentioned, we're working on a robotic system called Silbot 3, which has been developed as a guide robot system at the University of Auckland. Silbot 3 uses ROS software, which stands for Robot Operating System. ROS is used by developers to build and reuse code across robotic applications in a modular package format. Silbot 3 was worked on by previous Powerful students, with prior development happening at Newmarket campus, where a waypoint system and door integration system was implemented to allow Silbot to guide users to their destination. This implementation, however, did not account for human social tendencies in a human-based environment, such as social distancing. Therefore, we aimed to implement a social navigation algorithm that would allow Silbot to guide users while ensuring that everyone in the environment is comfortable. To achieve this, our goal was to implement social navigation on floor 4 of the engineering building. However, due to COVID-19 restricting our access to the laboratory to work on Silbot 3, it was required us to instead create a simulation of the social navigation algorithm using simulation tools such as Gazebo and Python. Gazebo is a 3D simulation tool that, alongside ROS, allows us to produce an accurate virtual simulation of the Silbot 3 system. This is extremely useful, as our code is easily transferable to the physical Silbot 3 system, as well as giving us a visual representation of what it will look like when Silbot 3 completes tasks. The only negative of this is in our virtual simulation, we will not be able to get human feedback as to how comfortable people would feel towards the robot. For our Gazebo simulation, we first required the robot URDF file, which is the description file, to produce what we have in Figure 1, which is an accurate representation of the dimensions, components, and joints of Silbot 3 in our virtual environment. And then in Figure 2, you can see our human model with Silbot, which represents the locations where a human will be standing in our scenarios. Now for the demos. I'll be showing off 7 scenarios we have created in Gazebo to show our algorithm working in the simulated environment. I've sped up these demos so we can get through them all. This first scenario just shows that Silbot will find the shortest path to destination when there are no humans present in the environment. The top right shows a visual representation of the path Silbot will take to its destination. In scenario 2, we've added one person into the room. As you can see from the top right, Silbot will approach the person until they reach the outside of their social zone. Silbot 3 will then follow the contour of the social zone around the person, ensuring they stay in the public zone for maximum comfort for the individual. Scenario 3 shows a similar situation to Scenario 2, except the person is on the right side of the room. In this case, Silbot will move directly forward until they reach the social zone, and then they'll stay on the edge of the social zone again, making a slight detour before reaching the destination. In Scenario 4, there's one person on each side of the room. In this scenario, Silbot will be required to enter at least one person's social zone. From our algorithm, we'll determine Silbot will only enter one person's social zone while following the contour of the other's public zone, as Hall's proximity state that anywhere inside of one of the zones, there should be approximately the same comfort, so we'd prefer to only enter one person's social zone. Scenario 5, we have 2 people talking in the middle of the room. This scenario will play out similar to Scenario 2, where Silbot will approach the group until it reaches the social zone, and then follow the contour of the social zone around the people, staying in the public zone for maximum comfort. In Scenario 6, we have 2 groups of people talking to each other. Silbot starts inside of the social zone, so we'll move out of the social zone as soon as possible, heading towards the destination. In this scenario, the top right individual's social zone overlaps with the wall, so therefore Silbot will be required to enter his social zone, so we'll move as close to the wall as possible, and escape the social zone as soon as possible. Scenario 7 simply shows that if there is no path to the destination, Silbot 3 will not compute a path and will not move. Because our algorithm was based on Hall's proxemic model, we decided to conduct a survey to investigate how comfortable people feel in each of the comfort zones to see if it aligns with the research collected. We need to test the public zone, social zone, personal zone, and intimate zone, which the distances for each zone is listed on the left. To conduct the survey, we would get participants to stand on the red X marked in the figure. A human and then a robot would walk along each of the arrows marked, which indicate the different zone borders for each of the social zones. Participants would then mark how comfortable they felt on a scale of 5. 5 being completely comfortable, 4 taking notice, 3 would be the edge of the comfort zone, 2 uncomfortable, 1 a strong discomfort or a safety concern towards the human or robot. This survey was conducted on 7 participants that are robotics students at the University of Auckland. Some of the key findings from the survey was that there was a high comfort in the public zone, with an average rating of 5 for humans and an average rating of 4.6 for the robot interactions. The personal zone border caused a minor decrease, meaning that between the public and the social zone there was a slight difference in the rating, and then a significant drop to the edge of the intimate zone, meaning that the personal zone also had a strong decrease. The outcomes we got from the survey was that we feel the robot can comfortably travel in the public zone as we have a high rating in this area. Between 3.6 meters and 1.2 meters, which is the social zone, the users had a slight decrease from an average of 4.6 to an average of 3.7. We think this still appears to be comfortable, but obviously the public zone would be a more comfortable space. Between 1.2 meters and 0.45 meters, which is the personal zone, there seems to be a sizable decrease, seeming that we should try to avoid this area. And at the intimate zone border, at 0.5 meters, there was a very strong discomfort or safety concern of an average of 1.6, meaning we should definitely not enter this area. Some of the general comments on this survey would be some of the participants said the noise of the robot affected them and how they felt towards the robot as it drew their attention. And additionally, participants in the survey might have a pre-established comfort with the robot due to them being robotics students, so we feel if this survey was conducted on the general public, there might be a stronger dislike towards the robot compared to humans. For our future work section, we first would like to implement the algorithm onto Silbot. This should be a relatively simple task as ROS is in a package format, so our implementation in Gazebo should be relatively simple to move over after removing all the Gazebo linked aspects and also connecting the physical sensors up to our algorithm. After we've implemented this, it would be ideal for us to conduct a survey on students on the floor 4 of the engineering building. This was not possible due to COVID this time, hence why we had to test it on robotics students instead. Leading back to the key question, how can a robot navigation system best incorporate social navigation? We first researched the topic and found Hall's proxemics model, which gave the social zones around a person for interaction in a public, social, personal, and intimate manner. From this model, we developed an algorithm that allowed a guide robot system to guide users to their destination while avoiding them appropriately. We then developed upon this algorithm for it to be used on Silbot 3, and tested this algorithm in our 3D simulation software, Gazebo, which allowed us to visualize Silbot navigating while avoiding humans. We then conducted a survey to investigate the comfortability in each of the comfort zones stated in Hall's proxemics model. The survey results supported our initial findings. For future work, the algorithm needs to be moved to the physical Silbot 3 system and tested upon engineering students on the 4th floor. Thank you.
Page 1, title page. Hello everyone. My name is Myung-Jin Bai. I am a professor in the Seongsil University in South Korea. Today I will briefly introduce our research topic, that is on a prevention of COVID-19 oral infection by gargling water. Below is our email. If you have any questions, you can contact us by email. Page 2, abstract. In the corona crisis, people's lifestyles have changed significantly, and they are struggling with economic disasters. Although the WHO is taking various COVID-19 quarantine guidelines and measures for each country, the number of confirmed cases has not decreased significantly. Therefore, in this paper, the use of gargle water used in dentistry was proposed to combat corona bacteria accidentally introduced into the oral cavity. As a result of checking through Petri film, it was possible to reduce the infection through droplet because the bacteria that penetrated into the oral cavity were eliminated. Page 3, introduction. The strong contagion of COVID-19 has greatly damaged the existing order of the international community, especially the national economic growth. However, because there is no preventive measure against coronavirus bacteria already introduced into the mouth through droplets in the propagation path of COVID-19 infection, virus bacteria that enter the mouth multiply and become confirmed cases without any hindrance. In this paper, we propose to prevent coronavirus confirmation in advance by means of gargling sterilization in the mouth of corona bacteria that accidentally enter the mouth at all. Page for utilization of gargle water. Gargle water, which is used in dentistry as a mouthwash, was used to remove coronavirus from the body and mouth. The background is that dental hospitals had a very low infection rate of around 3%, according to a full survey of coronavirus confirmed people by industry in early 2020. Although the mouth inflow of corona may have been more diverse than other treatment departments, it was because the dentist was disinfecting the teeth with gargle water. Therefore, in this paper, we propose a new method of mouthwash as an infection prevention method, immersing the mouth into the Adam's apple for more than 30 seconds with gargle water, which was used long ago in dentistry. Page 5, utilization of gargle water. 2. Gargle water, commonly used in dentistry, has a pH of 526. Similar to regular tap water. Gargle water is the ionization or transfer of part of tap water. It is known that its membership is much smaller than the coronavirus, penetrating the coronabacteria membrane by reverse osmosis and destroying bacteria. Page 6, experimental and results. 1. We bought enough dental gargle water from home shopping for experiments, installed Petri film for diagnosis, and a hot storage for culture. Gargle water is also available at low prices, $20 20L on the market, and can be easily generated and used at home using USB power devices or specialized equipment can be rented to make it very easy to use. Page 7 Experimental and Results 2. First of all, the simple gargle contents were put in a sterile cup in regular tap water about 10 times and cultivated in a hot storage for 7 days. In Figure 4a, Figure 4b then shows that each time the same food was gargled with gargle water for about a minute. 2 cups of gargle emissions appeared to be decomposed, so gargling mouth with dental gargle water for more than a minute would exterminate mouth bacteria and fight the coronavirus. Page 8 Conclusion. Throughout the world, people have changed their living patterns and are struggling with economic disasters. Various coronavirus prevention guidelines and country-specific measures are being taken in the WHO, but the number of confirmed cases has not decreased significantly. Therefore, in this paper, we propose the use of gargle water used in dentistry to combat coronavirus accidentally introduced into the mouth. We have used these oral gargling methods in recent years to keep our health well against and prevent COVID-19 and various bacterial infections. Page 9 ending. That is all for my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Hello everyone, this is my presentation about my paper, Research on Fault Diagnosis of the Solar Photovoltaic Module based on the Deep Learning Technicals. And here's the introduction. Solar photovoltaic power generation is built in the untraveled field, and the precise location of the problematic branch circuit location and fault type is great significance to further improve the operating efficiency of the photovoltaic power generation system and reduce cost. Use modeling methods for the photovoltaic module power generation system and use image analysis methods for image collected during module operation to diagnose specific faults. At present, the fault diagnosis of photovoltaic modules is mainly divided into image methods, physics methods, mathematical methods, and intelligent methods. The construct period of the large-scale photovoltaic power plants is different. The type of equipment purchased are very different. The data accuracy is not enough, and the mathematical methods are difficult to apply to large-scale power plants, and also because power stations are often built in the wild with harsh environmental conditions, it is difficult to obtain the infrared images of the photovoltaic modules. Based on the cost considerations, it is difficult for the company to update a variety of sensor equipment of photovoltaic power plant put into use, so the image method and the physical method are also difficult to apply. For large-scale photovoltaic power plants with limited data collection equipment, we propose a deep learning diagnosis model based on the CN-LSTM, which only needs to use the massive historical branch current data collected by the power station and its fault maintenance records to train the model, and run it in the power station. When using the trained model, the fault branch can be diagnosed, and the diagnosis can be completed on the basis of the original equipment of the power station. And this article takes a photovoltaic power station in China as research object. The data acquisition device can accurately collect the current data of each branch. Usually, the fault will occur on the battery board, the junction box behind the battery board, and the data transmission in the data acquisition system of the line and the power station. The photovoltaic area of the power station consists of 60 zones. Each zone contains 2 inverters. Each inverter has 7 combiner boxes. Each combiner box includes 15 branches, and each branch contains 21 batteries. The boards are formed in series. And the traditional force diagnosis of the photovoltaic module usually starts from the type of module force. For one or several types of force, it is necessary to find the correlation rules between data changed and this force. If the correlation rules are not obvious, additional data collection equipment is often needed. The type of the force that can be detected by the traditional methods are limited, and additional equipment must be added to the original data collection equipment to collect the data. In construct, the article starts with collected historical data and data performance, and analyze the force that have occurred on this data, so as to realize the diagnosis of the running components. Among them, the first and the second type of the force are the force that need to be dealt with first when the component is running, as shown in the figure 2. The third, fourth, and fifth types of the force are secondary important force which can be suspended according to the power station dispatch, as shown in figure 3. Define the filter extraction group, horizontal filter and vertical filter on each processing unit, and then extract the horizontal filter and vertical filter of each sampling point data. The combining of the historical ledger information to make a label data set. In order to solve the problem of the few types of data actually collected and make full use of real current historical data, this paper designs a filter extraction algorithm for the array according to the characteristics of the photovoltaic array layout, the power station, to obtain the difference between the normal component and the abnormal component when the branch is running. The Eurasian model consists of 3 main parts: convolution layer, pooling layer, and the fully connected layer. There will be multiple convolutional kernels in each convolutional layer, and the calculation formula is as follows. And short-term memory model is a neural network with memory function, a variant of recurrent neural network, which controls the flow and the operation of the information through the gate recursive units. Data processing has excellent performance and now widely used as a machine translation, natural language processing, and other fields. The training data set first enters a 2-layer convolutional module to further extract features and reduce the data dimension. To obtain the vector n15064 and the vector n15064, and then enter a 3-layer long short-term memory module for training. The data n64 after training and learning enters a fully connected layer to obtain the branch label N1 to be diagnosed. After the training completed, the test data set is used to verify the module, and the module is adjusted according to the result feedback. Table 1 shows the specific parameter of each layer in the module. The result analysis shows that CNN LSTM module has the most satisfactory results, and its training efficiency is much better than other models. Compared with traditional networks such as BP, autoencoder, and CNN, which directly use current numerical characteristics for the learning and ignore current timing characteristics. The network structure of the CN-LSTM makes the full use of the timing characteristics of the photovoltaic power generation and radiation intensity that are positively correlated. The characteristics of timing varying changes are introduced into the module for learning and training. Compared with LSTM, BI, LSTM, encoder, LASTM, and other network structures that only consider current timing, the network structure of CN-LSTM makes full use of the dimensional ups and downs of the CN model, which solves the problem of the fair types of the data feature. Compared with the autoencoder network, the CN-LSTM network structure reduces the dimensionality of the vertical feature while training the timing characteristics of the current to the greatest extent and solves the long training time of the LSTM module. Problem: the feature selection and the training time of the module are comprehensively optimized, and finally a good effect is achieved. And then the conclusion. Starting from the number of the on-site branch currents collected during the operation of the photovoltaic modules and their historical force records, the combining the urgency of the handling different types of the force in actual production as the basis of for the classifying photovoltaic module faults. New fault classification methods is proposed. A factor extraction algorithm designed according to the layout of the different photovoltaic areas is proposed to represent the ideal power generation state to solve the problem of the single type of the data that can be obtained in actual production. Before enter the LSTM module training, use the CNN network to process the data. The use of CNN network dimensionality reduction function further solves the problem the few types of data actually obtained, and on the basis of retaining the current time characteristics to the greatest extent, the dimensionality of the vertical feature is reduced, which reduces the module training time and solves the problems of large training set, slow training with LSTM models. And this is my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Honam University. My name is Jia Xingdu. Nice to meet you. This time we prepare this paper. The topic is study on the role of surface under deep action on well-being, the mediating role of job stress. This is the content of research. The reason of conducting this research is COVID-19 era has been continuously impacting on our daily lives and organizational performance. Such environment leads to low level of employees' well-being, and it is directly associated with individual and organizational performance. Nowadays, medical interchanges such as a hospital have a higher workload due to COVID-19, and consequently include job stress. Especially doctors and nurses not only have to undertake medical services and treatment work, often working overtime, heavy tasks, and great job stress. In the regard, such task-related job may reduce their well-being, and it also leads negative outcomes. In addition, negative stress invalidly damages medical suffer mental health. It also directly impacts the quality of work. Therefore, it is necessary to reduce negative job stress and improve medical staff well-being. This is contains this study focuses on emotional labor as a factor that can impact on well-being. Emotional labor is defined as efforts undertaken by organizational members to make their perceived emotional or feeling display consistent with their job and organizational recontentment. Emotional labor is driven into surface action and into non-action. Therefore, the purpose of this study is to real the level of nurse and doctor well-being due to the level of surface and deep action. Furthermore, the mediating is of job stress in their process is to be investigated. It aims to detect factors and have a key influence on the well-being and to see ways to improve level of well-being. Surface action active for modification of expressions and it meant at unfolding develop pre-secret due to services display rules. Deep action means a quantitative change in which divisionals in motions affect prior to their surface or display. Job stress means work-related or psychological stress. Well-being is individual's psychological study. Psychological state as set soul, cognitive and active components. According to this series, we set hypothesis 1. According to this series, we set hypothesis 2. This is hypothesis 3. This is hypothesis 4. This is hypothesis 5. This is hypothesis 6. Job stress will act as a mediator between surface action and well-being. The last one, hypothesis 7, is job stress will act as a mediator between deep action and well-being. This is a research model. The sample is doctor and nurse. This is measurement. This is definition. This is demographic characteristics. This is factor analysis. This is reliability analysis. This is correlation analysis. This is regression analysis process 1. This is regression analysis of hypothesis 2. This is regression analysis of hypothesis 3. This is Regulation analysis of processes 4. This is a regulation analysis of processes 5. This is a regulation analysis of processes 6. This is a regulation analysis of processes 7. Hypotheses 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are supported, but hypothesis 2 is rejected. The conclusion is that both surface action and deep action will lead to job stress. Surface action reduces well-being, but deep action increase well-being. The survey shows that job stress reduces well-being. First of all, in the future research, it is interesting to compare the difference among the three dimensions of emotional labor, namely first surface action and deep action and minority action, and examine their influence. Secondly, this study found that both surface action and deep action increase the job stress. Therefore, it is concluded that deep action is not the result of factors that reduce job stress in rare cases. It should be believed that the result will better on the medical institution as a particular institution. In this regard, future research needs to combine empirical statistics on numbers of different degrees. Third, Li Rovers study Li Mingjun and Ba Haijin. Positive and challenging job stress have a positive impact on well-being. Therefore, future research will need to investigate the positive aspect of job stress. Thank you for your listening.
This is Min Ri, Seoul Regional University of Science and Technology. Today's topic of my presentation is a study on visible light sanitary LED visible light wavelength switching technology using IoT controller. This presentation will focus on visible light sanitary LED wavelength analysis and switching technology. There are 5 main things that in my presentation. First, introduction. Second, related research. Third, wavelength analysis. Fourth, switching technology. Finally, conclusion. Recently, viral diseases that are high contagious to humans and plants, such as MERS and COVID-19, have occurred periodically. In particular, the rapid spread of COVID-19 has caused a shortage of mask inventory. Therefore, additional precautions other than masks are needed to prevent diseases. So, in this paper, we propose a visible light sanitary LED visible light wavelength switching technology using IoT controller. By utilizing the visible light specific wavelength infrastructure of LED lighting that exist anywhere in indoor and outdoor living spaces. Currently, UV LED lights are used in cafeteria and hand sanitizer for sterilization. However, there are still many controversies that UV LED lights are harmful to humans. Therefore, we need technical to autonomously switching general and sterilization right according to human body detection for human safety. In this chapter, we analyze the wavelength characteristic of general and sterilization LED lights for visible light sanitary LED lighting operation. So we use a 6-inch 15-watt downlight for spectrum analysis. In spectrum graph in general environments, LED lighting color are white and visible spectrum wavelengths are expressed even throughout. Next, in this spectrum graph of the sterilization environment, this lighting color is blue and 405 nanometer wavelengths can be maximized. So, as a result, the general LED lighting spectrum identify a normal color temperature wavelength of 5700 with no particular change in the 405 nanometer area. The wavelength of the area over 550 nanometer was removed during sterilization lighting operation, and the wavelength of 405 nanometer was maximized. We analyzed the wavelengths of general and sanitary LED lights to confirm that sterilization effects are possible. So, in this chapter, we propose switching technique because general and sterilization lighting based on data measured from camera and VIR sensors. We use camera and VIR sensors to determine the presence of human body detection. It allows switching between general and sanitary LED lights according to human detected data. General LED lights operate when human is detected by camera and PIR sensors, and when the human is not detected, it is switched to sanitary LED light to create a sterilization environment. So, visible light sanitary LED switching technology can be used in a variety of industries, such as hospital, kitchen, elevator, bathroom, scene. Finally, in this paper, we analyze the wavelength characteristic of general and sterilization lighting operation. It was confirmed that there is a wavelength of 550 nanometer during general LED light operation and 405 nanometer during sterilization LED lighting operation. We created a high sterilization environment by using camera and VIR sensor to operation general LED lights. When human body is detected and switching to sanitary LED lights and human body is not detected. And thank you for your attention.
Hi, my name is An Che-chun. We will start the presentation. The design method for sprinkler heads for safety of gymnasium occurs. 1. Introduction. Due to economic growth and resource balance in life coming from the current advanced society, the need for leisure increased, and as new gymnasiums are established such needs are being fulfilled. Therefore, we aim to improve the design of the buildings so that the workers working at indoor gymnasiums forcibly used by the local residents can use the facilities safely while coping with the residents visiting such facilities. The setup of building structure under experimental model. The structure to be modeled by a fire simulation is gymnasium. Observed in 2004, it is a convenient facility equipped with exercise and meeting facilities. The area of the building is 2,657.82 square meters and has a basement. First and second floors and its total floor area is 3,012.71 square meters. Figure 1 shows that its smooth sea and short will move towards a passage from the health machines area if there is a fire on the first floor so that people can get out. Figure 1. The status of architectural modeling of indoor gymnasium. 3. Structure of the scenario. We assumed that a fire occurred in the health machines area on the first floor due to overheated electric facilities and aimed to measure its visibility range and density of CO, CO2 and O2. The scenario was divided into several cases as shown in table 1 without sprinkler heads and with sprinkler heads of different levels of sensitivities. Table 1 scenario division. Status of sprinkler. Scenario 1 no sprinkler. Scenario 2 status sprinkler installed. Scenario 3 special sprinkler head installed. Scenario 4 early response sprinkler head installed. 4. Input variables and fire phenomena of fire simulation of scenario. Status of toxic gases and visibility ranges and scenario 1. Change of CO, change of O2, change of CO2, change of visibility range. Scenario 1 assumes a case where there is no sprinkler. Changes of toxic gases and visibility range in the fire area are as shown in figure 2. As there is no fire fighting facility when there is a fire toxic gases spread quickly and visibility range shortens very fast. Status surge of toxic gases and visibility range on scenario 2. Change of CO, change of O2, change of CO2, change of visibility range. Scenario 2 analyzes the situation where there is a standard sprinkler and the changes of toxic gases and visibility range are as shown in figure 3. As shown the picture, the first head was opened at 48 seconds and as time exceeds 60 seconds, density of CO and CO2 increased while O2 decreased as water is sprinkled when the head opens. Visibility range is below the allowed level within 60 seconds. Theta surge of toxic gases on the visibility ranges on the scenario 3. Change of CO, change of O2, change of CO2, change of visibility range. Scenario 3 is the situation where a special sprinkler head is installed. The changes of toxic gases on the visibility range are as shown in figure 4 as shown in the picture. The first head opened at 13 seconds and the second head opened at 23 seconds. Due to the water coming from opened heads, density of CO and CO2 increased over a short time, while density of O2 fell only in the areas affected by water from open heads. Visibility range fell below the allowed limit within 60 seconds. Status surge of toxic gases on the visibility ranges on the scenario 4. Change of CO, change of O2, change of CO2, change of visibility range. Scenario 4 is the situation where an early response sprinkler head is installed. The changes of toxic gases on the visibility range are as shown in figure 5 as shown in the picture. The first head opened 9 seconds and the second head opened at 15 seconds. At 70 seconds, all the heads were open due to the water density of CO and CO2 increased while density of O2 decreased only when the water fell from the opened head. Visibility range fell below the allowed limit within 16 seconds. 5. Conclusion. First, density of CO rapidly increased when there was no sprinkler head. It also increased when a sprinkler head was installed due to water coming down. Second, density of CO2 rapidly increased when there was no sprinkler head. It also increased when a sprinkler head was installed due to water coming down. Third, density of O rapidly decreased when there was no sprinkler head. It also decreased when a sprinkler head was installed due to water coming down. Finally, visibility range rapidly fell when there was no sprinkler and when there was a sprinkler due to water coming down from the open head. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jumaboy Sharat, and I am master's degree student at Chongbuk National University, Graduate School of Integrated Energy AI. And my today's presentation topic is photovoltaic panel anomaly detection and pixel-wide segmentation using thermal images. So before starting my presentation, I would like to briefly introduce what contents I will present today. So the first one is common PV problems. The following is a data set. Then I will talk about the thermal image segmentation architecture, and finally, I will discuss about results and conclusion. So with sustainable energy becoming an increasingly important issue all over the world, many countries are turning to solar panels. So they are a support technology offering a substantial savings both in terms of energy bills and CO2 emissions. Solar panels are not immune to problems also arising, and if there is any problem which was occurred in solar panels, and it can cause energy production loss up to 20%. So one of the main common problems of solar panels is micro crack. It usually occurs during production while shipping it or in the process of installation. It doesn't have a big impact right away. However, it gets larger by time and it can cause larger cracks. So usually the only option to fix this is replacing the panel, as it's very little what can be done on the field. So for that we also analyzed that the formation of microcracks raises the temperature of solar cell samples up to 7.6 degrees in Celsius. It can be also a main cause of permanent hotspots, which is one of the main common problems. Another common problem of solar panels is hotspot. So these are the regions of solar cell which become overloaded and excessively warm. Usually they caused by poorly soldered connection or maybe the result of a structural defect. Sometimes it even caused by partial shading or soiling. So it's best to always do prevention measures to protect solar panels. Usually it takes a professional to identify this issue, and if the damage is severe, then the panel will need to be replaced at all. So what can be done using AI to optimize in maintenance of solar panels? So before showing the AI module, I would like to show you the thermal image samples. As you can see on the screen, on the left part, on the left side, there is an example of single defected cells, and on the right you can see a contiguous sequence of faulty cells. For data set, we used 1009 pictures of thermal images, among them the images which have only one anomaly or about R841, and others have more than one anomaly in one thermal picture, and among of them contiguous cells with anomalies are 52, and the remaining are 116. And also I would like to mention that minimum temperature is 2.249 and the maximum one is 103. This is a unit architecture, the deep learning model which were used in our research. The reason why we use this model is that unit performance was the highest in terms of die score, so we decided to use this deep learning model. So first of all, the input image, which is a thermal image, was used here. Then the convolution layers were applied between downsampling. Then we also use the unit uses max pooling layers, and after that upsampling is being done here. You also use convolution layers, and as a result, the model outputs a predicted mask with exact location, which was segmented, which is showing the exact location of the defected cell. In this slide, we can observe some sample results. Here on the left column, these are the thermal images which were used as an input image, and in the middle there are two samples of ground truth, which was labeled by the professional, and there is two samples of predicted outputs which were given by the unit deep learning model. As you can see, the results are pretty good, but however there are some misclassification. For example, in this image, we can see that there is no defected cells in this region, but unit gave us the misclassified defected cells. With unit, we could get a die score of 71% using only 50 epochs. However, training for more than 50 epochs doesn't give any improvement, so I think the 50 epochs is enough for this data set. Here are some other results which were used to evaluate our system. This is a region-based convolution neural network called MaskRCNN, and it was used to evaluate our system with MAP score. As you can see, the highest MAP score was obtained using a pre-trained model of MaskRCNN with trainer head layers. With training the MaskRCNN from scratch using only our dataset gave us only 0.69%. So for conclusion, I would say that this approach for the text analysis can be an essential aid to assist operators for repairing operations, reducing its costs and errors arising from manual operation. So considering that nowadays inspections are entrusted to visual inspections, AI will be really helpful to reduce the overall cost of PV module maintenance. And for future work, we are planning to increase the accuracy of segmentation, applying more accurate and faster deploying models. For that, we are right now testing transformers, which are trends currently in AI and can be a really good alternative for CNN. Yeah, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Kim Eun-kyung. I'm currently attending Jeonbuk National University Department of Integrated Energy AI. The second author is Professor Lee Lee. My topic is prediction system of solar power generation output using a SRMA. First, I will introduce about my data. Solar energy was collected as Korea Southern Power. The data provided by Korean Southern Power is open data provided by government. Solar energy output data was collected from Hadong-gun, Gyeongsang-namdo, South Korea. Data was collected from January 1st, 2030 to July 31, 2020. The total number of data is 246,000. Weather data was collected from the Open Meteorological Data Portal. Weather data was collected from Gyeongnyang-si, Jeollanam-do, South Korea. Data was collected from January 1st, 2030 to July 31, 2022. Algorithms used are LSTM, SRMA, and ARIMA. Long-term short memory is atypical recurrent neural network architecture used in field of deep learning. Unlike standard feed-forward neural network, LSTM was feedback connections. It can not only process single data point, but also entire sequence of data. For example, LSTM is applicable to tasks such as unsegment and connect. There are 50 approaches, and upper right picture is a graph express the actual data in this data express the actual data and predict data after training. As you can see in the graph at the bottom right, it can be seen that the AME decrease at point approach increase. SRMA is an autoregressive integrated moving average model. Autoregressive integrated moving average model is a generalization of the autoregressive moving average model. Both of the models are fit to time series data each to better understand the data or to predict future points in the series.
The AR part of ARIMA indicates that the involving variable of interest in regress on its own leg. The MA part indicates that the regression error is actually in linear combination of error terms whose value occurred contemporaneously and at variable time in the past. The indicates that data values have been replaced with the difference between their value and the previous values. The purpose of this feature is to make model fit the data as well as possible. I use ARIMA auto function to get ARIMA parameter. So I get the ARIMA parameter 510. So MAE, so mean square error is 253. As you can see in the graph below, the ARIMA model makes prediction but does not show such a good accuracy. This part. As ARIMA is seasonal auto-regressive integrate moving average models. For ARIMA, seasonality and irregularity must be considered simultaneously. People using ARIMA, we need to find the seasonality parameter. I use the parameter 510 because we found that this parameter in the ARIMA function, and we found the most stable parameter by substituting P, D, and Q to find the lowest AIC. So result is 3, 0, 1. I use 24 because this data set saved by hours. The graph below shows, in this graph, show the prediction result of ARIMA.
Hello everyone, I'm Chiso Jung and I'm attending Gwangwon University Graduate School of Information Contents. I will present about GCM-based object detection system for augmented reality. Contents of this presentation is like this slide. Suite sensor is used in many fields, including automobiles and robots. In the past, 3D sensors had a limitation due to their high price and size. Advances in technology have also led to increased mobile devices due to miniaturization and lower prices. This figure shows the operating principle of TOF sensors. Augmented reality is a service that augments virtual 3D information in real-time to real-time space. By interacting with users through augmented virtual information, is efficiently delivered. In general, information is provided by scanning the real space through a camera-mounted device and overlapping the virtual environment created by computer graphics. The 3D object detection methods are as follows. Convolutional neural network, CNN, is widely used in 3D as well as 2D. It has an excellent ability to get characteristics and around the object. But it has to calculate an empty space, and there is a loss of 3D coordinate information in process of implication. PointNet is a way to handle points directly in 3D field. It calculates original points directly through sampling. But this structure has to resample every time in process of implicating the feature. Graph neural network (GNN) processes 3D points directly in graph. It handles 3D points directly and uses the same graph structure in the surrounding feature implication process. But it has to process by stacking many layers in characteristic implication process. Graph convolutional network (GCN) processes 3D points directly in graph, such as GNN. It has the advantage of simplificating layer configuration when implementing GCN draw metrics. GCN is a graph-based operation. It implemented by multiplying the feature matrix by the weight matrix, acting as a counter. It aggregates the surrounding features by multiplying the adjacency matrix with the feature matrix weight matrix. I'd like to suggest these models using one of the preceding them. 3D object detection using GCN for air. This is design of 3D object detection using GCN. After converting the point cloud into a graph, it predicts a 3D bounding box with matrix-based GCN process. This is GCN learning flow. First, it brings a point clouds and labels draw data rotor. Second, data augmentator transforms the point cloud to increase the number of data. Third, graph converter transforms point clouds into graphs and proceeds with voxel-based key point generation and matrix conversion. Fourth, create a label for learning draw box measure. Fifth, GCN model layer process running draw metrics and computer rows. Finally, it is visualized draw visualizer. This is GCN framework. It collects label information through the multiplication of feature metrics, weight metrics, and adjacency metrics. This connection is used to avoid forgetting the value in the middle. 3 graph convolution blocks are deployed to collect adjacency information 3 times. It is a one-stage configuration that predicts classes and boxes. Similarly, it predicts boxes for each class. The generated bounded box can be used as an anchor point for air. We used the Kitty dataset that provide point clouds for testing. This figure shows that one of the Kitty dataset. We used the car dataset. 1000 datasets is using for learning, and 200 datasets is using for testing. 1 GPU was used, the batch size was set at 2, and the running rate was set at 0.08. epoch is set to 710 times. The epoch is set to match the convergence interval of validation loss. This is a running ledger. We show speed up over a similar system point GNN. The accuracy was similar and the speed was reduced by about 0.4 seconds. This is conclusion. We proposed a 3D object detection system based on GCM for air. This system predicts 3D boundary boxes by running point clouds with GCN. The GCN system can represent graph structures as a matrix and collect surrounding features with computation of urgency metrics, feature metrics, and weight metrics. It is suitable for AR services by improving the speed over the existing graph-based system point cloud. In the future, we will improve the accuracy and speed of GCN systems so that real-time AR services can be enabled. Thank you for listening.
Everyone, I'm Sang-hwan from Semyong University. I sincerely appreciate everyone who attended to the online conference Iiccc 2021. From now on, the awards ceremony will begin for the papers and works that participated in Iiccc 2021. The first is the Best Paper Award. A total of 14 papers received this award. These are the first 5 papers. Please read your screen. The next 5 papers. And this is the final 4 papers. Next, the grand prize awards. The winner is the Yellow Room. And then, the following 4 works were awarded the Excellent Award. Finally, the winner of the Achievements Award is Professor Ki-hwan Kim, Semyong University, the organizing chair of Iiccc 2021. I congratulate to all winners. Thank you.